Hey guys, how are you doing? Welcome back to the Late Show with your host, Lord Hellespont V, your favorite live streamer's favorite live streamer, and my brightest and most brilliant co-pilot, Aussie expat here.
Hi, everyone.
Fresh from his trip to the AD where he had his hopes crushed, but he's nice enough to talk about it with us. Um,
Yeah,
and and I was wondering, since it's summer and since it's almost the end of the world, we're gonna talk about your bestest, most favorite, hottest, well-designed post-apocalyptic summer watch. It, it turns out, guys, Germany is rationing stuff, and that's never good news. Let me read to you a little bit. This is from Fortune magazine. Germany is rationing hot water and turning off the lights to reduce natural gas consumption. The situation is more than dramatic. For months, Germany has feared having to ration energy amid Russia's increasing willingness to turn off the tap. Gazprom, of course, is not accessible to Central Europe anymore. Last year, Germany relied on Russia for 55% of its natural gas imports, since been able to reduce that number to 35, but with Russia seemingly prepared to further cut gas shipments to Europe, German officials are having to make some difficult choices. Guys, by the way, realize that there was like a blip in history where some national teams were kind of speculating, maybe we should boycott the coming World Cup in Qatar. They can't. They can't because with Russia cutting off the gas, they are going to rely on Qatar more and more and more. Um, so we're going to enjoy the World Cup at the end of the year, at the very least. That's a nice little gift for the end of the world. In addition to shorter shower times, which, I feel disgusting already. Shorter shower times, officials are asking city councils nationwide to turn off traffic lights at night. Not a big deal.
all 10 watts of electricity. Okay.
Stop illuminating historic buildings and to go easy on using air conditioners in a bid to conserve electricity. This is from Financial Times. So, guys, the, remember when those gray market dealers tell you, oh, it's just a little market correction, just 20%. Things are gonna pick up by the holiday season. Um, they're not. They're not. Of course, I'm doing a little here. You never know when the end of the world is gonna come. Um, we're not even allowed to speculate on some level, but hey, things are not looking great. So there's no reason to hope against hope. There's no particular reason to hope for a holiday shopping spree in a situation where most of the world is facing austerity. So Ozzy, you had the hands-on. Let's start with the good part, because I think
Yeah.
entered with doom and gloom. You had a hands-on with the new Tudor Ranger today. Is that right?
Yeah. So I texted my AD saying, "Hey, you're getting flooded with Ranger stuff, right? And if I came by, could I see one?" And she said, "No, they don't have them. Maybe next week." And nobody's inquired about it yet. And then she texted back that you've jinxed it. There's been a whole bunch of people who just came asking for them. But anyway, I went in to visit anyway. It's been quite a while since I visited, and I don't have anything I'm waiting for. I just wanted to talk about the next watches, and I've mentioned it here on the channel. Um, and we did all of our conversation stuff. I went home, went to pick up my son. She texts like while I'm in the car, I was like, "Oh, we've actually got them. I've got one here waiting for you if you want it." And so I said, "Okay, I'll come back, but I'm only just having a look. I'm not, I'm not buying." Um, so yeah, I did get to have a nice look at one up close, straight out of the cardboard coffin. That's an
Mm.
interesting one, actually. Like, professors talking about how Tudor are trying to distance themselves from Rolex, but the fact that they come in the same coffin, the same packaging, kind of reveals how the sausage is made. You know, I mean, it's just the package. I'm not saying it's the same factory, but it's still just a little bit of a wink and a nod. You know, it's
Right.
probably the only concrete thing you'll find that references each other. You know what I mean? Like none of their material talks about this stuff, right? You know,
No, of course not.
so the coffin being exactly the same is a little cute.
By the way, Watch Nicholas is here. Nice to see you in the chat, Big Dub. And Curly Q2, good evening to you as well. And cheers, guys. Having a beer today because it's just too damn hot.
Yeah, and not to plug other channels, but Dubai Expat has a hands-on video, and you can look at my short as well. But I've only got about 15 seconds. Um, it looks as good as Dubai Expat's video. He has quite a lot of screen time with the watches, and they look as good as that video. So they look very good, very cool watch.
Yeah.
Um, if you can't tell, the bezel has this radial polishing, which I'm not that familiar with. But that's just me. So
Mhm.
it's got this, it's polished in at the same radius that the bezel is. So not like this where that sort of actually what's it called if the brushing follows the circle, because this is radial and it's sort of radiating out, right? I'm not sure which.
Yeah, I think usually they call radial or sunburst the way it's done on Explorer 2, those bezels. This would
Yeah,
be just circular grain, I guess, no?
circular. Okay, yeah, fair
I
enough.
guess.
So it's circular, just so because that's one of the harder things to see in the pictures, is like exactly what angle some of this brushing is. They already have pretty good close-ups of most parts of the lugs and down the side of the case. It's very, very fine satin brushing, satin finish.
All right.
More
Two
fine than the Pelagos, as an example. The Pelagos is more obviously brushed.
two objections to this. George Varghese says, "Good evening, LHV and AE. Tudor is the guy, gal who finishes second in a race, the first loser." Harsh, harsh.
Very
George,
harsh. Very
George.
harsh.
Well, I mean, George's collection is at another level. He was also beating up on me a little bit when I was considering getting that IWC Petronas screen for a hot 2 seconds. So I mean, I take it well. It's he means it well too. Orange Grow says something in a similar vein. New Ranger is in such a competitive space. Why not get a Hamilton mechanical for a fraction of the price? Hmm.
I think one of the issues is um, the Hamilton on bracelet. I think there's one model that does do it, but the lugs are so sort of pointy and long, it's not that attractive. So if one of your requirements is that you want a bracelet, the Hamilton's immediately
Mhm.
ruled out, in my opinion. Most Hamiltons also do not have, like this is a completely different level. Like the
Of
average
course.
Hamilton's the field khaki or something like that. Most Hamiltons are sporting this sort of powder coated finish as opposed to like a nice high finished stainless steel. So it's a very different ball game in my opinion. Now you can just say it's not worth the money to go up
Mhm.
to the Tudor. That's fine. You could also say it's not worth the money to go up to Submariner, and that's fine too. But I do think there are objective things that make this offering better, but
Mhm.
they may not matter to you.
Right.
Get
I
a
mean,
Hamilton. Like there's no there's no
I
no
only
shortage.
I only brought this up because I think this is a good piece of design. Like you said, it doesn't have a bracelet. It has a decent movement, though. It has the same Powermatic 80 that I call the
A good
secret,
power reserve.
secret weapon of the Swatch Group at this price point, right under $1,000. They have a lot of good watches from Tissot, from Hamilton, from Certina, from others. But yeah, this is a field watch as well. It has a timing bezel rather than something else. It also has a big crown, an onion crown, kind of like an aviation tip of the hat there. But yeah, no bracelets. But
I mean,
otherwise,
not that the
yeah,
bracelet is worth $2,000,
of
but
course,
as a package as a whole, to some extent, that is what we're paying for as well. You know what I mean? Like, how
right.
good does the watch look like on a bracelet? Okay, there's no bracelet option at all. Okay. It's sort of unfair like that because clearly you can buy the Tudor on the strap options, and the straight NATO looks fantastic on
Right.
it. But yeah,
I
actually,
think so.
that's
I mean,
something I've never seen. I do not know how the watch looks like in the coffin when it doesn't have a bracelet, because putting it in
mm,
the Rolex coffin actually kind of requires you to have a bracelet because it sort of snaps around a little pillow and then puts a thing on. I mean, I guess you could do the strap, but we know if NATO's that that's a little bit of wear and tear.
yeah, in the coffin,
To
I
just
don't know, but their
yeah.
their their press room had pretty good photos. They have this very sexy shot of it on ice on their proprietary canvas strap or fabric strap, which I really do like. I think it's a good color combination as well.
Messaging Matters has a good comment.
I'm struck by the 39 size. Recall that Rolex discontinued its Explorer 39 and shrunk to 36. And also, Rolex discontinued, by the way, a bunch of different 39 case size watches, not only Explorer 39. So keep that in mind as well. The Explorer 2 is 42, the slots right in between. And again, speaking of how they are supposedly distinguishing themselves, I'm not sure if that's happening just yet because it seems like Tudor has been so far a great complement to Rolex, which is a point that you have been impressing on us, Ozzy, for a while.
Yeah, so it may cannibalize the one, or some may think 39 is a perfect size. So as an owner of the Explorer 36, and I love it very much, and I didn't really love it until I got it. It won me over. And a recent owner of the Explorer 42, there is just such a huge gap between those two watches for this to fill that there's really no cannibalization in my opinion. And the person who would really know about this is Alan on our Discord and
Hmm.
sometimes in our chat here. He's after an Explorer. He hasn't had much luck. He's good with Tudor, as in he's got a good relationship with Tudor. So he would be able to get this if it would scratch the itch, and he's solidly in the camp that this doesn't scratch the itch for an Explorer. And he likes Tudor. It's just this doesn't scratch the itch for an Explorer if you want an
Hmm.
Explorer. And I think that's where you want Rolexes and Tudor's products to be, that none of their products in either direction are being made redundant. Like a
And
Submariner is not a replacement for a Black Bay 58. Neither is
speaking
Black Bay
of the
58
devil,
for the
by the way,
Submariner.
Alan is in the chat.
Yes,
Good,
Alan. So,
good
so
evening, man.
Alan, would you please confirm you don't want this over an Explorer now, right? Yeah.
George says Tudor and IWC are two watches you buy when you had too many adult beverages. Cheers, guys.
Yeah, well, I didn't have a bunch of friends in flip-flops to help me along and drag me from one free drink to the next, and then at the last one, slot me in for a colorful summer watch.
Curly Q has an interesting take as well. The extra 1500 buys you Rolex heritage with a Tudor. My question is, if it had no Rolex heritage, what dollar amount would you put on the Ranger?
That is an extremely good question. So just talking about intrinsic value, no extrinsic value added. So one thing you would have to say is like Tudor probably doesn't add a lot of extrinsic value, right? As in Rolex is the brand, not Tudor, right? As in you've minimized the extrinsic value a lot by going to Tudor, and that's kind of cool. Because that's kind of cool, it also means it's a bit valuable again. So, so, so undeniably, Tudor does have some extrinsic
Mm-hmm.
value. I think like you'd have to say it's sort of like, is this better than a Steinhardt, and what's the Steinhardt's price points and that sort of thing. That's a really, really complicated question, I think.
I think I'll approach it from a different perspective. Because on the one hand, I completely agree with, well, I largely agree with Curly Q, because of course, Tudor's value is very much decided by its association with Rolex. That is an important part. But, as much as I always romanticize about, but also take Rolex to task for the stories and myths they spin around their watches, Rolex is not just that. Rolex does actually have a good heritage for more than a century of building very reliable, robust watches, right? They were never considered in the same breath in terms of high horology and complications with the so-called big three, but their worth as everyday wearing, um, sporty, reliable, waterproof, earlier dust-proof watches, that was never questioned. Um, Oyster has become by now an industry standard, a universal, I was going to say, but that wouldn't be true. An industry standard, a golden standard. So the fact that Tudor has an association to Rolex also means, like you said, hey, they arrive in the same boxes. Chances are they're built in the same facility or similar facilities with similar approaches to production, possibly more industrially efficient, as you pointed out many times. So Tudor's association to Rolex is not just a flimsy story. It's not just a narrative. It's something practical. It's something that is reflected in their production. It's something that is not limited to simply the aesthetics of their design, but also the reliability of their construction. So I would probably not value it at 3K, but I wouldn't value it the same as Hamilton either, everything being the same. I would probably put it like, let's say, 2K.
Yeah, I probably agree. But I just want to address 2 points because it's also a bit of a weird question to try and disembody it, and
Mm-hmm.
it's fair, intrinsic value, extrinsic value, so just being there. But I feel that this comes up because um, where exactly does the heritage come from, and where does the brand get its name and its value and so forth? Where's the extrinsic value coming from? And on the Ranger, I just want to comment that like their current marketing and the history of this watch is actually Tudor's history, not per se Rolex's history,
Mm-hmm.
right? So the North Greenland thing wasn't done with an Explorer; it was done with a Tudor Prince. And so you look at the marketing material for Tudor, there's no references to Rolex. They're not. They are doing their best not to piggyback that at all. However, that exercise is kind of funky, right? So we're not going to ignore it, but their history is not borrowed history. It's a shared
Mm-hmm.
history. They are
Mm,
for for most of their entire history actually the same company and the same watches with different configurations and stuff written on the dial.
nice.
So so seeing Tudor's history as sort of like borrowing Rolex would it's not, it was never that distinct in terms of how Rolex would see it, you know, where these things came from, who made them, and that sort of thing. Now, yeah, as a product, as an outward facing marketing thing, they wanted separation, but it's a shared history, not a borrowed history.
And like you said, they have their own claims as well, right? The Marine Nationale connection, for example, was theirs and theirs only. It wasn't a Rolex thing.
Yeah.
Messaging Matters says, looking at side-by-side photos. By the way, yes, and that is something they emphasize nowadays with their new boutiques, like the Westfield Century City boutique run by Westtime, the Tudor boutique there is very nicely decorated with all these. There's no mention of Rolex, but there's Tudor everywhere. Advertisements, books, photographs. That history is really front-loaded. And like you said, there are many overlaps. It is a shared history, but Tudor has its own part as well. Messaging Matters, looking at side-by-side photos only. The Explorer 1 is much nicer looking. It is a very elegant watch, even just the way that bracelet tapers, and can dress up, while the Ranger looks strictly field. Right, it's a more butch watch. A nice compliment, as Lord says.
I just want to comment on that. Yeah, I think the Explorer 1, I love it so much because it occupies, to me, it's the company's most versatile watch. It's literally a professional watch, but I feel most comfortable in it, like going to a restaurant, and I'd be happy playing tennis in it, playing golf with it, going hiking with it, and then going back into, onto the strip, and it's got some high polish areas and stuff like that. It's an extremely versatile watch. You're happy to wear everywhere in every location. But then you go to the other extreme with, say, the Explorer 2, with its bold lettering, blacked out indices, brushed surfaces all over. This, it's too big. All of these elements make it like an extremely tool-like watch. I think where this Ranger fits is actually somewhere in the middle, which is, it's an odd place to be. Like, it really isn't as versatile as the Explorer. It's all brushed. However, the brushing is very, very fine. I did say that earlier, that the all brushed look is, the brushing is finer than what's on my Pelagos. So it's really not extremely tool-like, but it does have that character. So is it a chameleon like the Explorer 1 is? Probably not, but it's not far from it. It's a sort of happy medium.
I think the audience is doing a great job elaborating on it. Corrado, welcome to the show. Nice to see you, man. Sands of Time says the Rangers is trash and boring. Bezos Bezel says, as I feel like this is a watch to get if you want an Explorer, say a field watch, but not necessarily a Rolex Explorer. And I would agree. Again, Rolex Explorer, especially in the classic proportions with the 36 millimeter in case diameter, I think it is actually very simple, classically beautiful, versatile watch. It's not just a field watch, even though that is its provenance, that is its origin story. Alan says, if this Ranger was 36 millimeter, I would have bought this, flip my Smiths, and take my name off the Rolex Explorer list. I can see myself making great memories with a 36 millimeter Ranger. The delusional fantasy continues, guys. The reality is never enough for Gildo. Big Meech is rolling in with the sheep. Mr. P, welcome to the channel. Dirk Diggler, hey, nice to see you. Alan says, it's got everything a man needs in a business cowboy watch. Okay, that's a nice thing for the
which watch is this?
This is Ranger, I think.
For the Ranger?
Yeah.
Business cowboy. Okay. We're inventing new watch types all the time. We go from the summer watch to the cooking watch.
I thought the business cowboy was just the Texas Timex, which is the Rolex Day Date. So that is the watch. You don't get a Ranger. You just get an all gold Rolex. That's how it goes. If you're a business cowboy, I'd rather buy the BB36. It's much prettier if I'm in the Tudor catalog. Okay.
I can see that. I can see that. I'm not a huge fan of the BB36. It strikes me as too masculine, and I sort of missed the 369.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, really, what am I expecting? Like, does it need a 369? It's got nice indices, full stop. And I think it's relatively affordable. What's the BB36 go for? I think even Alan had seen them on secondhand prices. But yeah, the BB36 is cool. Yeah.
Curly Q. I'm not a person who looks at resale value. My approach is what's in my budget, what catches my eye. Then comes Swiss movement, material, service reputation, what falls in 3K range. And 3K, again, I know Aussie has a different approach to this, but especially when you have Tudor, that's not such a bad range. That's not such a bad range.
Yeah, so one of my criticisms of the 3K and below range is often they're occupied with watches that are quirky, and I'm not against quirky. It's just that might not be timeless and may not be in your interest to have serviced and repaired once it goes out of fashion. So part of the element of that $3,000 thing is the quirkiness, and I think we can mostly agree that the Ranger is not quirky.
For the most part, except for the hour hand, I guess, which I'm really showing some restraint not to talk about in any negative way, because I love Alan so much. Who says swap straps on this Ranger, experiment, etc. The Explorer 36 will live on the Oyster bracelet. Okay,
Agree.
I've made an entire video saying that free your mind and don't be afraid to wear your Rolex sports watches on straps, even on leather straps. You shouldn't give a damn whether it's a diver or not, unless you actually are diving with it. So check that out whenever you can. Right there.
19 millimeters hard to get straps for still though.
Wear your Rolex watches on leather straps. Right, that's a short little video that you can watch on your time, on your own time. Dirk says, I'm so excited. I get my Omegas back from service. I'm so happy, man, because that caught you off guard. It was a relatively new watch, and I think you have been away from it for a few months now.
What happened?
This is Omega Seamaster, and he had to send it back to service. I don't remember the exact circumstances, but Dirk might be able to recite it. Aussie, I love that orange strap.
Thanks much, Nicholas. My AD got to see it for the first time today. She says she liked it, but she's also a salesperson, so she can't say, don't you dare do that to our watches. So I think someone else asked, what is it? This is a rubber B. They are the only ones currently making a watch strap for, a rubber strap for the 226570, which now has a 22 millimeter lug width. The outgoing generation was 21 millimeters.
Nice.
The 22 is the largest that Rolex do. The Sea Dweller 43 shares that 22 millimeter lug width, but interestingly enough, the Deep Sea actually still uses a 20 millimeter bracelet. You get bigger, the bracelet gets smaller. It's sort of like I don't know, what's the description of a man in the like tight short jeans or something, like muffin topping out or something.
Pear shaped.
Yeah.
Curly Q says, speaks to this point specifically. When you put that Explorer on that rubber strap, it tones down the size. Bravo, a nice combo.
Yeah, I've got a tiny girl's wrist, guys. Literally, my AD, she just got a Yachtmaster, and I was able to put it straight on. I wasn't like wrenching it on or anything. It's just like we're the same size. It's a lady hand.
Big Meech is coming in with the Tudor hatred again. Tudor hate speech won't be tolerated. To me, the new Ranger screams I couldn't get a real Rolex, so I compromise. The best feature of Tudor is that you can wear it safely in the streets of London and New York without being mugged. Guys, there are dedicated YouTube channels which are trying to scare you from being attached to your watch, even wearing your watch. They want you to either keep it in a safe or sell it to a gray market dealer. Don't give a damn. Just insure the damn thing and wear it. Don't listen to these people on YouTube who are trying to disjoint your connection to your watches. Just wear the damn thing.
Did you know? Someone tell me if I'm wrong. You can't actually insure your watches in most countries. You can insure them, but they'll only be insured from robbery and not from robbery, from burglary, and not say robbery in the street.
Okay.
That's my understanding. That the insurance product simply doesn't exist in those in other countries.
But in the US, you can.
In the US, you can, yes, but okay. US is the exception, not the rule. That going out in London, there's really no alternative apart from risking your watch. As in, you can't go out and also have insurance with it as well. My understanding. Someone tell me if I'm wrong, but
Curly Q emphasizes the point. He says the most valuable reason to buy a Ranger is nobody's gonna chop your arm off for it. Walker, Texas Ranger with a Walker, and JB is in the house. Hey man, nice to see you. Dirk Diggler says, I disagree. Milgauss is, anyone sees that Cyclops eye, that is a target. Sorry, I thought you were talking Explorer. And Aussie Expat, is that rubber strap a Horus? No, it's a rubber B. Had a few cocktails. Dirk says, hey, I just had one beer, but I'm already punch drunk every single episode. So no worries, Dirk. You're right at home. Boster says, danger, high voltage. Welcome back.
I'm a fan of Electric Six. I went to one of their concerts in Seattle.
Amazon wants their returns, Aussie. Have you returned the Amazon packages?
They can wait. I've moved the returns from the bench in my office to the garage. It got about 10 yards close to Amazon. I'll let them know.
Dirk Diggler says, I was getting condensation inside my Seamaster. Yeah.
Holy cow. Holy cow. So I was thinking about this the other day, that when you like condensation, it's about water vapor being trapped inside the case, right? And then temperature changes causes it to condense. I've never heard any watchmaker, although I don't talk to them very often, talk about any kind of environmental things that they do when they are handling and casing the watch. It strikes me that you want the driest of air getting sealed in that watch, rather than, like, if you live in a tropical climate, just put the case back on. Chelsea. Does anyone know, like, is that a concern? Like, it's just the casing environment, basically? Like here in Nevada, it's not a problem. Like, they opened up my Hulk to check if it's real and sealed it back up. But in Nevada, if the air conditioning and just the air being dry to begin with, I'm sure isn't even a single molecule of water inside there. But in most environments, it's humid.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's the watchmaker's environment has to be prepared and kept clean and kept sterile in a certain way. So did he get his snow cone?
He got a snow cone.
I think so.
So pre-show, my kid needed a snow cone, and he finally got one. Junior,
he
can you
has
show your
socks
snow cone? Ah, beautiful.
and he has socks to match your rubber band and your
Oh
sport shoe
yeah.
as well.
Yeah. Father like son. So his Crocs have an orange band
Oh,
to match the
all right.
orange band on my watch.
Amazing. Okay. I didn't realize that. That's amazing. So plastic says Aussie, it's 175 Australian dollars to keep mine in a safe in CBA in the city, Brisbane, but costs about or more if I wanted to insure them. And Plastic O'Toole says, nice watch. Hey, it's the Pontiff signature model. Oh, welcome back, man. I missed you on the show.
Good
Did
day,
you fix
Dirk.
your microphone?
I did. Can you hear me?
Beautiful.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Yeah, I got my
Beautiful,
nerd
my friend. Welcome back to the show. Welcome back to the
I got my nerd headphones on. I got my here's my Archie headphones.
It's all good.
Your sound is better than mine. I'm using this noise canceling headset, but yeah, it sounds good. Good upgrade.
Hey, I just wanted to chime in about the Omega. And you were
Yes,
talking
please.
about, testing, right? So
Well, more casing environment, so everything could have been done professionally. It's just the air isn't dry when you case it, and then isn't that a problem?
Yeah, so like I work in the testing environment and I work in technology, but some of the tests that I've done in the past have required like mil spec testing, and we have to test in various harsh environments. So we'll put the piece of equipment that we're testing in this it's like a temperature controlled environment, and then we run humidity through it, and then we run it at like hot and cold, like negative 40 degrees Celsius.
Right.
And we run it
That's cool.
Yeah, we run it pretty rugged, right? And then we have to send certain products out to do like for mil spec for like sand testing and like put it out in the desert and simulate all these environments. But I don't know. I mean, I was out surfing with it back in Hawaii, and then I came back in and I just noticed, I was like, oh man, I got condensation inside my Omega. And that Omega was a beast of a watch. I mean, I loved it, but and I was like all tripping out and scared about it.
Which one was it again? I mean, there's a lot of Seamasters.
Yeah, it's a Seamaster chronograph. So, but I think it had to do with the gaskets.
Mm.
And
was this meta certified? I'm genuinely about. I know it sounds like a gimmick or something, but
yeah, and the thing about it is, like, I was in Hawaii, and then it's humid, so rubber expands and contracts, so I thought maybe that might have had something to do with it, but it's the first time it's happened. I've had the watch for 4 or 5 years and put it through hell.
Okay.
Yeah.
Paulway's taking
that's
you
older
to
than
task.
the master chronometer certification, right?
Yeah. Paulway's taking you to task. He's saying, why is Dirk taking a chronograph in water?
I know, right?
It said Seamaster. You can blame
it said Seamaster, right.
Well, I mean,
why did you put the chronograph in the watch?
I mean, post-Bond is a different era for sure, but Omega had Seamasters that were by all standards dressed to do with diving. So, don't let that name fool you, even in the post 300M professional era. Well, that's why they call that watch 300-meter professional, because there were Seamasters before that were for all intents and purposes dress watches.
So Dirk, is that a warranty job? I don't know the length of the warranty.
Yeah,
it covers
it's
such a thing.
Actually, I was barely under the warranty. Yeah,
and they took it under warranty.
Yeah, they took it under warranty, and I told the problems actually to Lord a long time ago, and Watch Nicholas when it first happened, And like Watch Nicholas is like, just take it in. No, Omega is really good about, you know, but they made me sign. They made me sign something that if they shipped it back to Switzerland, and the watchmaker found that something was like my mistake, then they were going to charge me.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's cool. That's really
Did it
cool.
turn out to be your
So they're
mistake?
standing by their water resistance rating, basically. I didn't think they would.
Yeah. Obviously, you guys know way more about the specs on something like that than I do, but yeah.
I mean, you're in the testing industry. Basically, like that number, it's up to the brand what it means.
Right.
Basically, that's
Right.
well, at least Omega with the METAS certification, they're making public exactly what test they're going to do. But it's only one test.
Yeah.
But that's cool. It makes me tempted to go into the jacuzzi with my Speedmaster and see what happens.
Oh, I wouldn't do a Speedmaster.
It's 50 meters. It's less than a year old, so it's still under warranty. So we'll see what happens.
Well, Navi timer is only 30 meters water resistant, so that's one chronograph you certainly don't take near water because of the slide rule bezel. It's much less secured than everything else. But yeah, I mean, I think, as a good rule of thumb, I think there's just too much more. Like you said, Dirk, if there's a problem with gaskets, there's more than one gasket, right? So it's just slightly more risky. I know you live life on the edge, Dirk, but
No, not really.
That's not a risk you want to take, taking a chronograph near water.
Speaking about life on the risks, this is totally away from watches, but since gas prices have gone up, I've noticed more and more motorcycle riders on the freeway. I don't know how about you, Lord? I mean, you live in SoCal, and I rode a motorcycle for 3 years every day before I had my child. But there's a lot of bad motorcycle riders on the road now, and then I see constant accidents. So that's life on the risk, I guess.
Wow.
This is a good point. Yes. I guess they're not fully airtight, right? Because I think that would be also a huge mess for a lot of the oils that keep the gears turning.
I'll answer this.
Yeah,
Wait, but
Yeah,
he's asking
please.
it untimely. I'm not sure why. But
yeah, I mean, no worries.
yeah, the helium stuff, that's to do with saturation diving, where the guys will literally spend an entire month at a simulated depth. But by simulated, I mean they're under extremely high pressure air for that entire time. And under that amount of pressure, we're talking like 100 psi. I'm not exactly sure, but let's just say it's 100 psi. So it's extremely high pressure, and helium can make its way through past the gaskets slowly. But we are talking about an exposure time of like many, many weeks. So that's why the helium escape valve is necessary, because the decompression time will take about 1 week, and that's just not enough time to let the gas back out. There's not much pressure there's pressure on the inside. You got to release it, basically.
I hope Fat Windbag's nice to me today.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of pressure being released, where's Diego these days? He used to fart all around the streams at some point. He's not showing up anymore.
I think he does Donald Trump. I think he does Donald Trump impressions.
All right. Chrono divers have a lot more access points for water intrusion. Sucks, but let's trust Omega to make it right. And Plastic says, did you get the old parts? But I think you didn't get the watch back yet, right, Dirk?
No, I'm going to pick it up tomorrow.
Nice. Cool. Where are you picking it up from?
South Coast Plaza.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. I'm trying to watch my words. I don't want Fat to get all over me about my lisp.
It's okay. You know, this is as you know, this is a channel where we are gender neutral for the most part. So it's we are getting, you know, we are on the spectrum, all of us, especially me apparently, because people can't quite tell. But let's continue. Hey, Brown G-Force, hey man, thank you for bringing in that puppy with your avatar. And Curly Q says Diego is running for re-election. Nice. Plastic says, I've been buying BTC. Good time to buy. He's still doing the crypto crap business.
Is this the plastic that wears the masks?
Yes. There's only
I
one.
didn't put him as a guy who would buy crypto. Okay, cool.
There's only one Plastic or two. There's only one. Yeah, there's only one. Eric L, the wart isn't noticed after the first 3 days. That is the helium escape valve, I think. Been there, soldiered through. Love the watch. Hey, look, you know, I mean, I think Seamaster is as Seamaster. Of course, you can nerd out and get all masters that had the broadsword hands and none of the furniture around it. But if you like the Seamaster aesthetic, probably you're into skeletonized hands in some way. Probably you don't really mind the helium escape valve, and you'll get over it pretty soon if you actually put your cash where your mouth is. So I don't think it's a big deal. George asks, has the Tudor AD opened in South Coast Plaza?
I'll find out tomorrow. But I heard it's not opening till August.
Okay, but the service, whatever is there as well.
Oh, there's a service shop there.
I mean, I don't know where'd you leave the watch?
Well, I left my Omega at Omega, but he's talking about Tudor.
George. Oh, that's right. Right. Thanks for clarifying.
Yeah, sorry, and Pally, I hope your dad feels better, man. It sucks when the parents go through all that. I had to deal with it with my mother, so and my father, but my father was out of state, so it was really hard.
Yeah, Paul has been taking care of his parents for quite some time now. So if I hope they are doing well, and if they have been going through something, I hope they are doing much better. Who's gonna run the Tudor boutique? Is it Tudor AD or a Tudor boutique that's gonna open up in South Coast Plaza?
It's a Tudor boutique.
Okay. Is it West Time, just like Westfield Century, or is it someone else?
I don't know that, but it said like they already have a store there. They just have like the banners around the store, and it's like it just says Tudor boutique. So I would imagine you might know more than me on that, Lord. Seriously, I just saw it. So
no, in the U.S. There are 3 boutiques now in the U.S. The Westfield Century City is run by West Time. The one in New York City is run by Tourneau, and the one, I think there's one in Orlando that's run by Mayors. So it's all different jewelers that run the Tudor exclusive boutiques. It may well be a fourth AD that opens a Tudor boutique. Who knows?
I think Plastic said he's been in BTC since 2014. Good to see a fellow hodler. I'm also been hanging around for about that amount of time.
There.
Yeah, the DJ.
Lovely.
Yeah. My office is a mess. Did I tell you that I had a water leak when I came back from Hawaii?
Oh shit. Sorry, man. No, you did not.
Yeah, that's why the mess. So like we came home and then there was like water we had a water pipe that bursted in the attic and it ruined the walls and the ceiling and
that's terrible.
Yeah, well, that's what home insurance.
How does this happen when someone's on holiday? I've heard about that story so often. It's almost impossible to be luck.
I know, right? I know. And I talked to the guys that do so I had when it happened, like they called the insurance company and they had the people that come out and do the drawing off and the remedy and all that. And so they put the fans in and all that and cut the old drywall out. And the guy told me, he's like, 80% of our customers are people that go on vacation.
That's crazy.
Wow.
There must be something causal, as in like no one's run taps for a while, so there's like back pressure and who knows.
Yeah, that could be very well it.
Makes you feel like going on vacation but leaving that one of the taps dripping.
or you know what? Go on vacation and turn the main off, but then you got to worry about your plants.
Mm-hmm.
I genuinely thought that Ozzy was thinking about something more conspiratorial, but it was his engineering tickle mind again.
No,
my
it's
bad.
engineering. Not psychology.
Cyrus, right? No circular logic here. Cyrus, welcome back to the channel, man. It's nice to see you, and I know you're subbed. It was just a general message out there. Since I have 35 viewers, I assumed that some of them might not be subbed just yet. Nice to see you back. And George says, okay, Pauli, that Tudor Black Bay Pro is great on the strap. It's great on the bracelet too, Pauli. I had the chance to see Wristwatchholics. I think that's a very nice bracelet, but I like changing things up. So I would always want to buy it with the strap and then, pop it out every so often to put it on something else. So it's cool. I'd want the bracelet though, just like you, the Ranger. I'm not so keen. It's nice, but a bit boring. That's something that I commented on towards the end of that little shorter video that I did and released right under that they used this model in particular for a staggered release. So it had a little more room to breathe. I think it's the kind of watch that it's in its simplicity would have been lost in the sauce if it were released with single other hot watch in Watches and Wonders. So I'm glad they saved it for now. And it, to me, it's really simple, uncluttered, and beautiful. My only problem is with the hour hand, and I think that problem is by now well known. And I'm going to address coming short of a 3-piece combo meal deal for the watch collector who is obsessed with phallic prosthetics. So it's going to be a 3-piece collection of 3 hottest watches with Pen 15s on the dial. So check it out. It's going to come out soon. But yeah, here's my condensed take on the new Ranger. What did you think about the new Ranger, Dirk? We didn't really hear your opinion in an extensive way.
It's about $600-700 too expensive, and I would buy it on the resale market in a year. I wouldn't buy any. For me personally, I wouldn't buy. I learned, Nicholas is even all the punters on his show, and even yours, as they even said that don't buy a Tudor like brand new, and I wouldn't now. And I'm grateful that I didn't buy my Back Bay GMT when I had the chance.
Yeah, I think there are. Ozzy has said this numerous times as well. There are a few Tudor pieces that are kind of allocation pieces, right? The boutique exclusives, the ceramic Black Bay, bronze Black Bay 58, which is a boutique edition. I don't know, the chronos, especially with the Panda dial. Those might be worth it when you see it, when you can get it to get at retail price. But everything else, I think you're right. I wouldn't contest that.
Yeah, I agree too. You have to get some value out of it beyond the MSRP. If that's just an outright discount on the price, good for you. What I try to look for is like, if I buy this, can I get a Rolex GMT? Which maybe leads into the other part of my AD visit today. if we want to get into that, if we've done enough comments.
No, we will get into that. But yeah, I think I appreciate the perspective. That's how I valued this watch as well. Again, I think it's a very good watch. I don't, even though I think it's in the same genre of field watch as, for example, the Hamilton Aviation, Pilot Pioneer that I brought up. I think this is just a better built watch. And I'm trusting my instinct on that a little bit because I've handled enough Tudors and Hamiltons by now, because I haven't seen this specific watch in person. But it has the same movement as the Black Bay 2, Black Bay 58, as the MT 5402. It has the same case as the Black Bay 58, right? Aussie, same dimensions.
Yeah, I saw it in person. I don't think it was different at all. Wouldn't surprise me if there was some difference. Oh, also, and the end links, the bracelet, fully articulates like the Black Bay 58. So it's remotely plausible that you could put the bracelet on the Black Bay 58. Pins might not line up, but who knows?
Palwi says, did someone mention phallus? Cause Toonie just showed up. Cyrus says, danger, Ranger. Yeah, wait until they have circulated. Every time something comes out, it will save you a lot. And
Yeah.
Cyrus says, I like the Black Bay Pro Explorer 2 Tudor much better.
So tomorrow I'm going to go pick up the watch from Omega. And then I'm going to head into the Rolex boutique where I bought my Datejust. And then I'm going to inquire about my Submariner. But then I'm gonna say, yeah, my 50th is a year down the road. So I'm actually 49. One time I made a mistake. Anyways, I'm 49. But I'm hoping they say, okay, just put me on the list, because I don't feel like if they call my bluff and then I gotta go pony up 14.
Wait, what's your bluff again?
Well, I'm going to the Rolex AD tomorrow after I pick up my Omega, and then I'm going to inquire and try to get put on the list for the Submariner.
Well, what would you be bluffing about?
Well, they call me up and say, "Hey, man, we got it right now," and pony up 14 Gs. All right, I'm not rich like you, Aussie expat.
Hey, man, like, I don't know. If you can afford a Rolex, you probably can't afford a Rolex. Like, if do you kind of get what I mean? Like, as in,
nice.
if you just have enough money for the Rolex.
We had just said.
Go ahead.
Hey man, we had just said no circular logic here, and you made that statement. That's just too precious. Aussie.
No, but you hear
if
this
you can
is the
afford the
main
Rolex,
critique
you can afford the Rolex.
Yeah, but this is the main critique of Rolex for most people, right? Like, as in, they've saved up enough money. They think, oh, I need to save up $9,600 plus tax to be able to get me that watch, and then they go in and then they're just flatly denied immediately. They're like, what's happening here? I spent so much time saving up money, and I was looking forward to getting it, and they just told me flat no. And and the reality is like, if you've got enough money for it, you like just enough, you probably don't have enough, because the reality is like the AD experience is actually a journey, and you need to be buying other watches and so forth and Krispy Kremes along the way.
Right. The Aussie expat method, TM, brings sweets to your dealer. 300, welcome back to the channel, and the chat is indeed on fire. I love the back and forth between fats and plastic, man. It's the Oedipal story again. The boys trying to slay the dad. It never goes well.
So, hey, Lord.
Yes,
so
sir.
I made a comment. I think it was last night or maybe the night before on another stream, and I said there's certain people that I don't mess with, right? And it's fats,
Right.
and it's three-hander was one of the, so three-hander and Fats are the two guys that are in the stream right now. I'm like, I don't want to. I'm a troll, man, but I don't creep up on those guys at all.
Hey, I mean, you're probably doing the right thing, but sometimes you don't have to do anything at all. They will still attack you.
Yeah, but you know what? They want to get a rise out of you, right? And then that's the problem with a lot of people. If you show them they're getting a rise out of them, then they're just gonna bam, they're gonna go at it, right?
Look, I will tell you this: no psychology degree at the BA or MA level is going to teach you as much about human psychology as stepping into the ring does. And in Fats, you have a man who has made an entire profession out of it. So he certainly knows how to play with people's psyche, how to manipulate people's minds.
I do too.
Get a rise out of them. So
I do too.
You're right. You're right. You don't want to mess. You don't want to mess with Fats.
No.
You're absolutely right.
Hey, Ozzy.
Yo.
Hey, man, I would love to be your kid. You know why?
Mm-hmm.
Because I could stay up as late as I want.
That's basically true. I sleep with him every night at the moment just because it's much easier to do that. And even like if I go to bed at 9:30 with him, he's just jumping on me for like 2 hours until it gets to about 11. So I don't know. It's just how he's never needed that much sleep. And this morning he woke up before me. I don't know. He's like me when I was a kid, I think.
Watch Nicholas keeps changing his avatar and tripping me up because, you know, there are a lot of trolls who are trying to use that name, even coming to my panel in the past. So, but yeah, he now has a Grönefeld in his avatar, but at least it's in that salmon color that's visually close enough to his Glashütte Original. Yeah, Mr. Zozo is here. Nice to see you, man.
Half of
oh yeah, Mr. Zozo. Mr. Zozo's another one you don't want to mess with either. No,
nice. They're all nice. They're good people.
We're in a snake pit, Lord. Every name that comes up, oh, you don't want to mess with that one.
No, you got
that one. I want to mess with that one.
I'm fine with the names that I know. For me, the problem is with people who come with, like, you know, bigoted and misogynistic and anti-Semitic and racist nicknames and blast the entire comment section. People who are themselves, you know, even with the nicknames, who embody a consistent character, and I mean it in every sense of the word, right? Because these people have characters, right? I respect them for that reason. So there's no problem with, I wouldn't call them snakes at all. I know you didn't mean it that way, Ozzy, anyways, but
oh no, it's just how Dirk is painting a picture for me. He's just like, oh, I don't mess with that guy. That's too much. That one, oh, no. Every person you bring up just happens to be one of the people that Dirk will not mess with.
Yeah. I mean, you got all-star trolls here. I mean.
Dirk, I think you're just
I've got the A team over here.
You do. You got Cyrus, Mr. Zozo, Fat Windbag Dan, three-hander. Watch Nicholas.
It's the energy. It's the energy. What? Wow. Watch Nicholas. I mean, you know, if Watch Nicholas is a troll, he's giving all trolls a great name. I think the guy. You know, I've always told him he's tried to stop me from using this terminology. I don't care. I'm a fan. You know, he is my friend, but I'm also a fan. So I always love having him in the chat, and I loved having him on the panel last week. It was great. It was great. And even if it's a one-off, you know, that's a good memory to have on YouTube. I can tell my grandchildren one day I will, you know, I was once on the panel with the great Watch Nicholas.
I think Nicholas is the guy that if you were got in a fight with, like, he would gouge eyes, bite, do everything, kick you in the balls, bite your balls. I mean, everything in the book. I mean, I wouldn't want him. I mean, he made a whole channel against you know who.
So, Ozzy, because you are gonna leave us soon, do you want to talk about your exchange with your sales associate at the Rolex AD?
Yeah. So the last time I went in, I got the Explorer 2. So it's been a little bit of time, and you know, I haven't put something on the cards yet, like something I'm waiting for or something. Something happens, like we hear about the market. It's so crazy. Like if you ask for something, maybe you might get it because they don't have any alternatives. No flippers out there anymore, or at least no flippers getting money for what they do. So I went in and I've been umming and ahhing about like gold Daytona, steel Daytona, maybe a Pepsi or something like that. So, you know, something hard to get. I want something hard to get because, you know, to be honest, I've only got hard things left to get. And yeah, I was told I was cut off basically. It's like I'm not qualified anymore. I'm cut off, which isn't great. But it's really not the end of the world. It's like I don't have to choose between which Daytona I want anymore. The luxury problem. It was funny.
Yeah,
I
it's
did bring
really
in.
genuinely a first world problem.
Yeah.
Genuinely a first world problem. But what do you exactly mean with being cut off? Can you explain that for the audience?
Basically, I'm no longer qualified. I don't want to get into the details of what exactly that is. I haven't really thought about it enough to do it. It's not. It doesn't pertain to me specifically. I mean, it pertains to me in terms of qualifications, but why the qualification exists is not specific to me. Basically, I haven't been a customer long enough to get a GMT or a Daytona, even though I did literally get a GMT and a Daytona from them. So, so logically, it's not super great, but you know they got their reasons. And it was a visit where I did bring in 2 dozen Krispy Kremes, and the staff were quite happy to see me, and they seemed very receptive and enjoy those. What was a little uncomfortable though is the fact that Archie has put on every single one of his videos in his promo for David SW. So this gets copied and pasted into every single video, basically a slight against me and saying don't bring in Krispy Kremes to your Rolex deal. So I feel very self-conscious every time I go in with Krispy Kremes, thinking someone's going to snicker about how he's doing what Archie said not to do. And my dealer, we sat down, and in this, it's actually in sort of where everyone else is, not in a private area. And she put the Krispy Kremes right on top of the Rolex table, and we sat there for like an hour chatting about watches and what to get, what can't we get. But the entire time, everyone could see a client being served by the Rolex SA with 2 dozen Krispy Kremes on the table. It made me very self-conscious, and I got to pay Archie to redo his video or something.
Did the staff inhale them? I think for the right amount, he might pull it off, but you have to pay him probably. By the way, I mean, look at it the way Archie looked at his trolls for the most time. It's promotion. So as I said, it's the Aussie expat TM method, or method TM. That's the bring sweets to your dealer.
It does bring up Mrs. Expat's idea. So she said, "Oh, you're cut off. Okay, well, stop buying them Krispy Kremes then." And then the next suggestion was like, actually bring them Krispy Kremes, but note how many staff are there and bring all but one donut. And then you proclaim, "It's Squid Game from here, guys, until I get my GMT."
Guys, I trust my lovely audience to realize this dream for everyone. GB Vol asks, why hasn't Aussie been photoshopped in a Krispy Kreme employee outfit? Hey, just do it, guys. Just do it.
If I had that level of hookup, man, every AD in Las Vegas would be getting extra calories. But yeah, weird policies, Sorry, I think we lost you for a second.
Oh, do you know the Vine back at it again at Krispy Kreme?
No.
No. Well, it's on YouTube. I don't know if I bring it up. Maybe it's short enough, but then it's an entire video of 3 seconds. So I don't know how it would count against me. So I'm not going to risk it. But back at it again in Krispy Kreme, one of the great hits that were lost because Vine has been closed. So Plastic, by the way, I've never seen your new Daytona on rubber on Oysterflex. I would love to see it as well. Please send me a picture, which is in the crawling ticker you can see. And this is also a good moment, guys. Please hit the like button if you haven't. The exposure really helps me. This is a wee little channel, so please support it by pressing the like button, which is free. Subscribe if you haven't. Every single subscriber I really cherish. I always interact. I respond to every single comment, practically almost everything in the chat. So please subscribe for your daily dose of Watch Talk. You get it in the form of live streams. You also get it in the form of shorter, more digestible content. Usually 5 to 12 minutes, depending on the subject. I just posted my take on the Ranger today, so feel free to enjoy that. Subscribe, send the link out on other platforms, talk about the channel as enthusiastically as Aussie Expat talks about Watch Gringa and the Dubai Expat here on this channel. Spread the word, and help me reach 1,000 subscribers so I can get monetized. But in the meantime, if you want to contribute, if you do want to independent work I do on this channel, if you want to allow me to remain self-sustaining and work independently, you can contribute in 3 different ways. I have a PayPal at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, which is also my primary point of contact. So if you want to order personalized content, whether it's a review or a deep dive into a particular brand or model in terms of its history, in terms of its stories, or you want me to dedicate a live stream to your collection, you can always address me there with the PayPal contribution. I also have a Cash App, $LHVVV, and I recently made a Patreon and already have a couple of contributors who are consistently supporting me, so I can increase the quality and quantity of content on this channel. Specifically, I'm targeting instituting 2 additional live streams earlier in the day during the week, so I can interact more with the UK audience, with the continental European audience, and even have a little more time with the East Coast audience. So please help out, please contribute. It would be great. But again, the best way you can support me is to spread the word about the channel, is to help me get to 1,000 subscribers. So please subscribe and share the link on other platforms. Right. So Cyrus says, white gold is Sol is platinum. Love heavy watches. This is why I wear a deep C. And Mr. Zoso says full gold is heavy for summer wear. Is it? Does it make that much of a difference? I like the heft of a precious metal watch, but I've never owned one, so I wouldn't be the best person to gauge this. Pawi says, this is a great panel, 3 great guys, great morals and honesty. The best praise we can get. Thank you, Pawi. Interesting and funny. I try my hardest. I'm not really that funny, but maybe I'm a little bit interesting. Cyrus says, Mr. Zoso, I can't afford a gold watch. LOL, not too worried, but I'm sure it is. If I did, I wouldn't wear one, probably much too soft. Eric L says, best Watch Talk channel, hands down. Archie Luxury 2012, man. It's that is the spirit we are trying to embody. wolf cub to howl. And now we are set free. We're independent. We're trying to get by on our own. And we are going to keep it going for the pontiff's sake, if for nothing else. I have a white gold Daytona, Mr. Zoso says. I would like to lighten it up with a rubber strap. Nice. You have one of the ones with the full bracelet, I'm assuming. Those are beautiful too. But you remember in that generation, they also had beautiful ones with the leather strap and the matching buckle. I just love those. I just love those. That could be another option, but not necessarily for hot, what can we say? Not hot girl summer, I guess. But we have to find a name for this. Hot post-apocalyptic summer. It's coming, guys. Germany is rationing hot water and electricity. What else do you want? You really expect the watch market to pick up for a holiday shopping spree? Come on. And Cyrus says, I'd just like to handle a platinum day date. Hey, if you go to New York City, I know someone who has a platinum day date, and you can handle it. But be careful, you know, if they take you to an authorized dealer, don't feel obliged to buy a Breitling or anything.
Hey, look, it's the thing to do. You get a summer watch after having an evening out with the boys.
Get a fucking King Turtle, man. Boy, I mean, why pay $5,000 for a watch powered by a generic ETA movement? You know, you can get that at a fraction of the price. Link for Bufaris. Bufaris is always welcome here. Bufaris is always welcome.
Before he jumps on, I have to say goodbye.
Yes,
My neighbors asked me over. I have to be.
What?
I have to keep up appearances.
No. Forget your neighbors, man. Come on.
They're some of the only friends I've got out here in Las Vegas, man.
How do you like living in Las Vegas?
Food's fantastic. Traffic is non-existent. Rent is still cheap compared to, you know, West Coast cities. And yeah, my son gets, you know, not to be accosted by homeless people all the time. It's fantastic.
My mother.
You know, can I say something, Dirk?
Sorry. Yeah,
Dirk. You have just been commended on your good morals, and you're gonna send the guy off by saying basically "F your neighbors." Come on,
that's not
a bunch of good guys
on this channel.
All right.
This is Reverend Plastics, beautiful white gold Daytona that I'm seeing for the very first time myself. Ooh.
Very cool plastic.
Oh my God, it's the
That's
small
nice.
flawless diamonds as index markers as well. I'm loving it, man. This is wow.
I've been cut off from these products. I can't get one. Now officially jealous.
Wear it in good wealth and health, my friend. Even if you're buying crypto crap, this watch will bring you good fortune. Sounds good.
I've always loved
you were
how
saying, Dirk,
Plastic has been completely unapologetic about his love of modern Rolex. He doesn't pretend to be a poser and say, "Oh, you got to love Rolex and vintage and 5 digits and stuff like that." It's like, nope, one Rolex. I respect that.
Well, I mean, there's room for posers like me in the community too, but yes,
no,
you also need.
No, I'm like everyone has to like. You're not a poser. No one has to pretend to like everything Rolex does, you know, or has ever done. Like it's not. That doesn't make that much sense. Come on.
That's true, but you know, I also did a very nice video, a collection review / interview with Plastic.
Hey, Ozzy.
Early
Ozzy,
piece is actually a Patek Philippe Calatrava.
What's up, Dirk?
Ozzy,
so he's interested in other things, but you're right.
Ozzy,
go ahead, Dirk, sorry.
Ozzy, you should do the live stream at your neighbor's house. You should do it.
That would be very polite, I'm sure. Not like Blondie. You go out on a Tinder date, and then after the deed's been done, you go back to, "Can I just borrow a room over here for a minute? I need to talk to some weirdos."
Actually, that was not weirdos. That was a singular weirdo, and she was on my channel that day. and
Oh,
we had a great show. It was like Craig Ferguson vibe, the Late Show. It was beautiful. I would love to have Blondie on this channel again. It would be great. It would be great.
I
right.
watched.
I gotta say
oh,
goodbye. Cheers, John. I'm sorry to cut you off there, Dirk. I gotta go. Cheers.
right, bye,
Have a good
Ozzy.
evening.
Take care, man. Love you. Take care.
I watched Blondie's one of her streams before, and it would be good, but she just giggles too much for me, man. Like, it just gets kind of annoying, right? And I like fun women, but I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean, again, I don't think Blondie has much love for me. I'm just joking around. Obviously, no one is quite blocked from this platform except for like a very limited list of undesirables. But otherwise, Blondie's more than welcome, of course, on this channel. But we're not really waiting for anyone to join. There are so many different kinds of people and characters in the community. We're not stuck to the same cast of people as everyone else is. Mr. Zoso says, still waiting for an Oyster Flex Daytona. And Eric L says, Lone Wolf opinion that taper looks tiny on plastic. Man, the guy just he has bear paws for hands. What can you do? The Daytona is a very classically proportioned, elegant watch. So it is gonna look small, but it also looks classy. I don't think that's a problem. And Brown G-Force says that was a weird stream. Thanks for recognizing that. But I am a weirdo, so it is what it is. I embrace it. Plastic says, Blondie been on here. Did you make arrangements for a physical encounter? Absolutely not. I'm not into blondes, actually, Plastic. I like, I'm not into it. Sorry. I don't find her attractive at all, actually, in any shape or form. Very off-putting, actually, because of her personality mostly, but also because of the way she looks. MLMJ says, Blondie and Bufaris drunk on stream would be great. Hey, I might even have to join them, but Bufaris actually is never drunk, guys. He just drinks apple juice, as you know. Please don't be hard on my friend Bufaris. Dirk, did REG Spot lend you that gigantic headset? Guys, come on. Dirk is good people.
No, it's okay. It's okay because listen, I really throw it out there, right? I don't know if you see other things, Lord, but I'm a mean man sometimes. I mean, I don't have fat windbag or three-hander skills, but I can get pretty mean. Not on here though. You here and watch Nicholas. I don't. I'm pretty normal.
Well, I mean, you're not that normal, but you're on your best behavior. Let's put it this way.
I would say 80% of the people that are in the watch community are normal.
Of course, it's a community of incels, man. What do you expect? Of course, they're not normal. Mr. Zosa says, absolutely no filter. Gotta love it. Hey, man, I'm just trying to speak my truth, right? Not the truth, because I don't feel myself above other people like some people in this community do. But, if I think something is true, if I have to put that reality out there authentically in the best way I can, I will. I can't help myself. And this platform is made for it. For better or worse, this is a platform that encourages narcissism. Yeah, but I don't actually watch a lot of the other streams because they're basically won over and run by someone whom I really don't enjoy and appreciate, someone who is really sinister and dark and just also talentless and running everything to ground. So I only watch Nicholas and nothing else. I sometimes watch my own shows on repeat because I like the way I sound so much. I'm in love with my own voice. But that's it. Watch Nicholas and me, myself, and I. That's it.
You have a good voice, Lord. You should have done radio.
Hey, who knows? Do you know what field I work in?
Entertainment.
Something like that. But again, how do you know that I'm not actually on radio?
I don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know.
But yeah, I love this watch, Plastic. I think that the Daytona is probably, along with the Explorer, it's the most versatile watch in the Rolex lineup. And I don't think it's appreciated necessarily in that way, because obviously it is one of those, top 3, top 5 iconic chronographs. So obviously it has that legacy, it has the weight of that heritage, but it's also just a beautiful, versatile, classic, and even a unisex watch in a way. And I really appreciate it. I think it looks as elegant on his wrist as it would look on his wife's wrist, as it would look on my skinny feminine wrist, as it would look on Aussie's, on and on and on. It's just a very beautiful watch. And I especially love it actually in precious metal with those flawless diamond index markers. I think that's really special.
I never was really a big fan of the rubber straps, but I'm getting more and more a fan of it now.
Mm-hmm.
And but I don't like NATOs. I hate NATO straps.
I don't know. Honestly, for me, it's all about a certain kind of feeling. I don't want to, romanticize it too much, but there's a place for all these different kinds of straps. And I'm not going to defend Oyster Flex, saying, oh, it's really something different because it's titanium reinforced and everything. At the end of the day, it is just a reinforced rubber strap. But I think the way they execute it with those end links, especially on the Daytona, with the contrast here, the ceramic tachymeter, the end links, and then the way the rubber hits, I think it's just perfect. Couldn't think of a better combination. I think I like this better than a full gold bracelet, honestly. I just like the contrast. That's why I also like the two-tone as well, a little more than a full gold watch. Mr. Zoso says Oyster Flex is so amazing. And earlier, by the way, other punters were loving the watch. So if I missed that, I'm sorry. That's a knockout, Plastic. That's what Cyrus says. Plastic O'Toole says, thanks for loving my lady size Rolex. Hey, man, I have lady size wrists to begin with, so I'm bound to love watches that are smaller. Pauli asks, how long did you have to wait, Plastic, for that Daytona? And Mr. Zoso says, Oyster Flex is amazing. Watch Nicholas, our motto, authorized dealers all the way.
6 years. Oh, I think he said 6 years, Plastic.
Really? Oh, 6 years, FFS. Right. Well, I mean, it is his first Rolex at retail, right? Everything else he bought on the gray market, actually. That's it.
Okay.
Oyster Flex is so amazing. Yeah, I mean, AD all the way, Watch Nicholas, but also there are a lot of authorized dealers that are, in fact, the very enablers of the gray market dealers, right? Who work as hand in glove with gray marketeers. So, but yes, for purchasing at retail, of course, ADs all the way, but let's not glorify them too much either, because they're involved in the same games oftentimes. M36 Speed, I appreciate your kind words, man. Thank you so much. Great show. Thank you. And Peeping Time says, Oyster Flex is garbage. Nice. We love polarized chat. We love a polarized chat. We love a polarizing opinion. One person says it's amazing. The other says it's garbage. 6 years for Steel Panda. Change it to precious metal, and I was called in about 5 weeks. Interesting. All right. Polly says, I've been on the wait list for a black steel Daytona since 2017, so 4 or 5 years. Nothing yet. I think you should persist for Panda now that you spent big. And Plastic O'Toole says it's a B to fit, though, for bigger men. That's the Oyster Flex. Had to get a big 12 o'clock strap shipped out from Rolex. All right. I didn't realize that. So the 12 o'clock and you actually had to get another one shipped directly from Rolex. That's very interesting. But I think it does look good. To me, it looks good. You just have to know the occasion for it. And I think it also looks, probably because it sits closer to your wrist compared to the bracelet of even the steel, this probably looks even smaller on your wrist. Plastic, that's what I'm guessing. And the ceramic Daytonas appear to wear smaller than gold and steel bezel as well. Okay. Peeping says the oyster rubber with the bracelet clasp is uncomfortable. I've never worn a watch that was properly sized for me in Oyster Flex, so I wouldn't be qualified to comment. And Jake Brooks says, Dirk and Daytona on screen, that's what's up. Well, bring your own Daytona, JB, to the conversation. But
yeah, JB has a Daytona, huh?
And it's a very similar one, except it's in yellow gold.
Yeah.
Same dial. Same bracelet buckle combination, except it is a yellow gold.
And
case.
JB has the diamonds in there too, I think.
Yes, exactly the same. The flawless diamonds and the 15, 30, 45 at quarters. That is exactly the same configuration. MLMJ says a lot of secret flippers in all the chats. Hey, we know them. It's not so secret, actually. We know who they are. Howie says you can't choose the size. Rolex ship what they ship, but the strap change for the larger strap was free, of course. And Fat Whitback Band says I'm emailed up to the max. But what does that mean? Can you figure that out for me, Dirk?
I don't know. I don't understand it. I think it might be.
By the way, I always love getting email.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think I love getting emails from Plastic because his Gmail account has such a nice name. But anyway, I'm not going to mention it. Thomas Broadbent says, just watched your Ranger review. I've always been a fan. Seems as though you have a new perspective. Wow. Thank you, man. I know, Thomas, I know you're a huge fan of Explorer, especially in 39 millimeter. And I also know you have been a fan of the Ranger as well. So it's really very generous praise coming from you. I'm in need of a toilet break. Dirk, can you take care of business
what do I do?
here for a little bit?
What do I do?
You just read off the chat. You
All
can
right.
respond to the punters. You can be vicious. You can be nasty. You can be
I won't
nice.
be vicious.
It's your choice.
I'll be nice. I won't be vicious.
It's your platform. It's your home.
Well, okay. Thank you. So, how's everybody doing? All right. What do you guys want to know? Huh? All right. I hope I don't lose any viewers for Lord. Be nasty. No. There's nobody to be nasty here. Everybody's pretty cool, you know? So, I think Big Fat When Big Ben wanted me to say, what was the 666? I think that's what he wanted me to say. 666. Hey, Mr. Sozo. Man, I really liked you, man. I think you're a pretty cool cat. So, anyways, just want to say that. Mm. Hmm. Afterburner? What does afterburner mean, Fat One Beck? I don't get your Scottish, some of your Scottish terms, man. Seriously, I'm not, I don't. So no, I'm not. I would have so many plastic if I started my own show. I'd have so many haters. I mean, it would just be like everybody hates on Dirk show.
The Dirk, the show.
Yeah,
I heard it,
I'm sorry.
and
I'm sorry.
and you are so off the point because you said, I hope I don't lose many viewers by being nasty. It's actually the nice that loses the viewers. Nasty brings in viewers.
Oh,
Other way
okay.
around.
All right. I kind of wait. Don't want to be mean, but you're kind of choking. Think Herman in a banana sling. I don't get it, Curly. I'm sorry. I don't get it.
Oh my God, Mr. Zoso's Daytona. I'm not gonna be able to sleep tonight, Dirk. It's too good. It's too good.
Hey,
This
Lord.
is actually one of the most beautiful ones. Please, yes.
How hot is it in your room right now?
It's very hot. You can see how the color of my shirt changed, right? It's a darker shade of pink now.
Yeah, man, you look like you're Patrick Ewing on the free throw line in the fourth quarter with like a minute left.
Should I strip slowly? Okay.
No.
No, I'm gonna change shirts. 1 second. Give me 1 second.
All right, sorry. Lord's changing his shirts. All right, don't worry, Fat Windbag. I'm not going to give it my day job. I'm just playing around. Hey, so Sozo, you took a lot of heat for that appearance. I think that was awesome, man. Like, you really set it straight on that appearance. It was just pretty black and white with you right there, and I love that. I'm a West Coast guy, but I have a lot of friends in the East Coast, and I think I kind of relate more towards East Coast people because they just kind of like shoot it off the hip and let the shit fly, and they're pretty down to earth people. So I like East Coast. Oh, thanks, Fats. Appreciate it, man. I try to be funny. It's hard to be funny, you know. I mean, it's easy to be funny in a chat when you're like thinking about shit to say, right? But when you're on here, it's a different story, right? This is the limelight. You guys want to see some of my watches? You guys want to see? Oh, there
Yes,
you go.
please. We can still see the watches. Zoso, I love this, by the way. I love the color combination as well. You know, you're picking up the red in the shirt in a different shade, and you're picking up the blue in the jumper. It's great. This is
Whose watch is that?
This is Mr. Zoso.
Oh, really?
He just sent it in. Yeah.
He has small wrist.
Well, this is the watch for this is the channel that people, even though we don't hold it against plastic, that he has.
No,
again.
I know. I just had the impression with Mr. Zozo that he had thicker wrists, but that's okay. That's cool. That's a great watch, though.
Beautiful. It's beautiful. I'm also a fan of actually everything pre-ceramic and non-ceramic, so I do love this look too. But on the rubber, I think ceramic is a must because it creates that kind of graduated contrast, right? You have the ceramic bezel, you have the gold lugs, and then, you know, the end link, and then you transition into rubber. So I love that difference. I am using Wi-Fi GB Vol because I have no other way, actually, at least in my current place, to connect directly. And, you know, I was going to move in a matter of weeks, but I still couldn't find a place that I actually liked. So it might take longer for me to move. I might have to wait until the end of the year, in fact. So we'll see.
Lord, are
We'll see.
you still thinking about moving to the East Coast?
That might happen in the next year, not until the end of the year. I think in January I might be moving to the East Coast, actually.
So you're like a vagabond. You can move. You're ready to go anywhere. Like you could pick up and go within pretty quick.
I have been planning.
I see.
But yeah, I have been missing the East Coast, basically. I just heard you talking about that. I have been educated on the East Coast. You know, I'm from another country, but as far as the US goes, I'm more in tune with the East Coast than the West Coast. Certainly than Los Angeles, you know. So I think I would be more at home back on the East Coast. I think I will have to transition back. But anyway, I always felt more at ease there because, again, to me it's actually more chill because you don't have to be fake on the outside. You know, you can just let it all hang.
Yeah, I have quite a few friends that are East Coasters, and you don't have to front in front of these people. Just be yourself, right? And then I actually relate more towards, even though I love being here on the West Coast and I'm a West Coast kid, I relate more towards East Coast, just being real.
Yeah, Thomas picked up on the word transition, I think. Yeah, transition back. I have to pay for all those surgeries again, guys.
I think they want to see some of my watches.
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, let me go get a beer and then I'll come right back.
All right. Take your time, man.
Thanks.
Take your time. And let's read a little bit of the chat and we can have Mr. Zoso's beautiful white gold Daytona with that blue dial. Plastic O'Toole says he has a man-size Daytona. Right. Zoso was saying Pink Lord. Yeah, I love that pink shirt, but I switched to my Cafe Bustelo shirt because I do love my Cafe Bustelo in the morning and throughout the day. I'm powered by it. Speaking of which, since I'm a business man, to size the Cafe Bustelo link from my Amazon Associates account. Because guys, you know, I've been exposed already. I'm putting time and work in to make money on YouTube, which is apparently a dirty thing to some, especially for someone like me to ask for money. But yes, if you want to have my energy, you can always drink your cup of Cafe Bustelo in the morning. And Curly Q says, at least you'll be used to paying high taxes, high cost of living. Yeah, I already come prepared, Curly Q. I was actually a student for the most part in New York, so I was miserable. I was miserable. And when you're young in New York, you're always short on time. You're always short on cash. But still, it was great fun, and I miss it. You know, to go back somewhere, you know, back there again, when I actually have some money to live, could be an interesting situation. Maybe it will be more fun. Welcome back. What are you drinking? What beer did you grab?
An 805.
Nice.
It's a Central California brewery, Firestone Walker. They're pretty popular. It's a good beer. You're drinking Corona?
Yeah. Just finished it. It was my last bottle.
There you go. It's funny. My wife was like, "Are you live streaming?" And I was like, "Yeah." And she's like, "I heard you're kissing ass to somebody." And I'm like, "Oh shit."
Come on. Get your balls back. Attack me.
No, listen, my wife, like, she's like the biggest ball buster. Like, she busts balls more than anybody. Hard to
Hey,
believe I'm married.
Eric is with me. He says Bustelo is my family staple. Well, he is in Florida. Eric is in Florida for 2 generations at least. Cafe Bustelo is, of course, a brand established by Cuban immigrants to this country, and they make a beautiful, affordable, delicious product. I love it.
So anyway, so you guys want to see my watches? I'm not like you guys. I'm not. I don't have a lot. I just have like my. So I got my Omega Seamaster. I'm gonna get tomorrow, and then I got my Folex that I bought on that's my Folex, and then I call it Folex. And then I got this is one of my favorite watches. I got my Omega Speedmaster Racing. I like this watch a lot. I got that. And then I got, Lord, I got my King Turtle. And that's about it, really. I don't have a lot of watches. You know what? I love it. Since I took my Omega in, like I started wearing my Seiko, and I'm finding I'm really enjoying this watch. Like I love wearing it now.
Don't you like the rubber strap on that as well?
I do. The only thing I don't like about this strap is like the end comes off sometimes, and I have to put it back. I don't know about if that happens to you. You know what I mean?
Not
like
really.
This part, yeah.
No, because in my case, you know why it doesn't happen to me, Dirk? Because my wrists are fucking skinny. So for me, I'll just show you because it happens to be here since I wear it to the gym basically on a daily basis. I'll just put it on and you'll see how much of an extra I have. And there's no way that it can come off. You see?
Yeah, but I can't stand having that thing hanging out.
Okay, I can bring it all the way here, but
there you go.
It still won't. Yeah, and I didn't do it as tight as I could. So it is what it is.
I don't like my watches on tight. So that's all I got, really.
Yeah, this is it, and it has a lot of play.
Yeah, this is a great watch, man.
Yeah. That rubber strap just feels great also. The way they made this textured design on the inside.
Oh yeah, right?
It feels great.
So you wear yours when you work out, huh?
All the time. I wear it out too, but I wear it to workouts basically exclusively. I wear some of my SKXs too to that, but yeah, I just like wearing this watch so much that I forgot sometimes about my SKXs. It kind of took over since I got it. So
do you have any watches in your collection that you just like don't wear at all, that you're kind of like, I don't really care about it?
No, I wear them like, I really try to. I have, those 6 luxury watches basically that I wear almost religiously one day.
Yeah.
I wear the SKXs to the pool, and I wear the SRPE 05, the King Turtle in green, to the gym. So they all have their place, and I genuinely love them all. Like the way I enjoy my King Turtle is not that much different than the way I enjoy my Reverso. For the first time I got my Reverso, and I have tried so many Reversos and this particular model as well, and I always liked them, but I put it on like champ, man. It was just like, I remember from the time when I was an athlete and, you actually win something and they put a medal around your neck. That's how I felt when I first wore that watch. And same thing with the King Turtle. I wear that watch when I'm going to the gym and I'm so pumped. I'm in the right mood. I get the vibes, and it just pushes me, because it's like a rough and tumble watch. It can take all the sweat that I drip onto it, and it will go the extra mile.
I
So
saw that.
it'll continue ticking.
I saw that photo you posted with you, like you're working out with your king turtle, and you put it over your sweatshirt.
Right, because the sweatshirts are pretty tight, because I'm kind of pressed for time. I want to be able to just turn and look. I mean, it is a little bit of a stylistic element, because I can wear something, of course, with a short sleeve, right? But it also is utilitarian, because I want to be able to actually see the time, rather than having to fumble around to roll my sleeve up. So,
I just found this. It's my wife's watch, and I just found this. It's a Cartier.
Nice.
Yeah, so I'm gonna take it in. It's a quartz, but I'm gonna go take it in and get it serviced, and have Cartier do the whole thing for her. Give it to her back as a present. It's a tank.
Beautiful. I like Tank Française. That's Tank Française is a beautiful ladies' watch. I love it. I actually love the variations of Tank. I don't know if you are familiar with what they call the cintré, which is kind of the curved but longer, more elongated case with even elongated numerals and everything. And it's just such a deliciously sexy watch. That was the watch that the original Thomas Crown wore. Steve McQueen wore in the original Thomas Crown affair. Let me just show it. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead there.
Do you know, like, I'll ask Cartier about this, but do you know, like, so it's missing, hers is missing the little ruby or the fake thing for the right here for the pusher. Or
yes, the cabochon, the crown, right?
Yeah, the crown. So it's missing that. Will Cartier replace that if I ask him to?
Absolutely. I mean, that would be just standard mode of operation for a service. Absolutely. Yeah, this is Steve McQueen as the original Thomas Crown, wearing the Tank Cintré, which refers to the curved shape of the watch. It's elongated. It wraps around the wrist. It's kind of a central watch. The numbers as well, the Roman numerals, are also elongated on the wrist, as you can see. And in the remake, actually, let's see where I have him. In the remake with Pierce Brosnan, they put a reverso on his wrist, which had to have both the brand name and the model name effaced, because Pierce Brosnan was still under contract as Bond, so still obliged to wear Omega watches exclusively.
I think that's pretty cool how you bring up like big movies with the different watches. That's pretty cool. I mean, not many shows do that. That's pretty cool.
Thank you. I try to keep it relevant, right? I don't want to break up the conversation in an unnecessary way, because we were talking about your wife's watch, but
no, it's all right.
You didn't mind.
No, it's cool. It's cool. But I'm just saying that's one thing I've noticed about your show, that you kind of bring out like how some of these watches, like everybody knows Batman, right? Because Batman, right? But then you bring out other movies, classic movies with famous watches, and then famous people like guys like Ferrari and then some of those race car drivers, those old F1 guys that were wearing watches like Schumacher and all those guys.
Yeah, thank you, man. I mean, that's what I do on Instagram as well, but a lot of that content is basically, Instagram is my lab, more or less. I try to test out content there. I write things up there, and then I make short videos or I bring the stuff on live. Zoso, man, thanks for being here. It's lovely to have you in the chat. I don't know who else. Oh, Plastic is leaving. Guys, I hope I didn't
Bye,
miss you both.
Plastic.
Take care.
That's all
Good
cool.
night. Good day. Lovely to have you both. And pardon me, Wristwatchholic is in the chat.
Hey.
Yeah, jump on the panel if you like. Alex,
Yeah,
I know
sure.
you don't always do that, but hey, feel free. And Jimmy's here. Hello, all. Fike, wish I tuned in sooner.
Oh, I
Hey,
love
it's
Jimmy.
never too late. Was unable, upvoted. Nice to have you on board.
Jimmy's a cool guy.
And, hey, ahla wa sahla. Phoenician Cedar, greetings from a long-awaited sunny day in Sydney. Sydney, as the pontiff says, Sydney. Always appreciate your content and the dulcet tone. Thank you, man. Thank you. And always love having you on board, my Lebanese friend. And MLMJ, the punters know each other. The punters know each other, as Watch Nicholas says. Hey, Jimmy, welcome. And Mr. P again, nice to see you in the chat.
I met Mario Andretti.
Really?
Yeah. So my friend that I grew up with, he married the daughter. You know, have you heard of MagnaFlow Performance? They do exhaust systems. MagnaFlow, MAG, MagnaFlow.
No.
So they're involved with race cars and all that stuff and high performance cars, but they do exhaust systems. And so he's Italian, full-blooded Italian from Italy, and
Italian born and then did to the U.S.
What's that? Say that again.
I mean, he became an American later. He was born in Italy and then went to came to the U.S. No.
And the guy who started MagnaFlow is Italian born, and then he immigrated to Canada and then came to the United States. But they know each other through racing, and they're both Italians. So he was at my friend's wedding, and so he's a cool guy. He's really nice, down to earth.
And I think he has a couple of good watches, I want to say.
This is before I was into watches, but I didn't notice. But
yeah, I think Hodinky had a Talking Watches episode with him, and let's see if I can pull that up. Like, there's a whole spread of his watches in that interview. Right, he has the Porsche design chronograph there. He has a day date, a lovely 4-digit Daytona. Yeah, many other interesting stuff here. Yeah, good collection. Well, if you see him again,
I don't.
Check, let him do a wrist check for you.
I got pretty wasted during that wedding.
Yeah.
So I ended up. Long story short, I ended up in a wheelchair, rolled out into a ballroom. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's really the right way to celebrate a wedding, I would say. So no harm in that. That's what it's for. Open bar, I hope. That's the kind of wedding you like.
Oh yeah, and you know what? I told my friend, I go, it's your fault that I was wasted because it took so long between the wedding and the reception, and then they just had like wine and champagne like in the little like waiting area and everything, and we were just kind of bored, and so we're just we're young and dumb, right? So
love it, but it's your fault. The guy gives you free drinks and he still can't catch a break.
I told him, man, you should have made that reception quicker. I would have paced myself.
Nice. In the chat, Bruce G says, Dirk is toxic 90%, funny 10%.
I am.
That's a good batting average. I mean, I think I'm toxic probably 99% when I'm in the chat, because when I'm in the chat, I'm angry, I'm nasty and vicious. Here, my ego is pleased. I get to talk. I get to run my show, so I'm chill. But in the chat, I'm vicious, man. I am toxic as well. Thomas Broadbent says, do you think the next Tudor move is to revive the P01? The P01 is still in the lineup, and I love it, by developing a steel bracelet, so giving new life basically to it. Wasn't the P01 specifically designed after a vintage diver that came that way? That you know, that makes it impossible or, you know, disallowed to make a bracelet for, but I think that's how it was built. Let me see if I can inspiration for it.
And I'll just talk to Jimmy real quick. Yeah, Italian weddings are great, man. They're pretty big spreads, and man, it's a great time.
Yeah, the original prototype that inspired the Tudor P01. It was this kind of watch. Let's see if it had. Yeah, it was basically extended onto a rubber strap, kind of like a wearable version of that very first Rolex deep sea model. I honestly, man, Thomas, I love that watch for its quirkiness. I did not put my money where my mouth is, to be honest, so I can't really speak with that much force. But I like the way that watch looks, the way it is. I don't know if it would benefit from a bracelet. It can benefit from some sort of integrated rubber band solution, like the prototype, rather than a leather one. Kind of like maybe it's a nice experiment to develop Tudor's version of the Oyster Flex. Don't you think? What do you think, Dirk?
The only thing I heard about this watch right here is isn't the functionality of this is where you can change the straps out real easy? Am I wrong on this?
I think so, but
it's cool
again,
looking. That's a big hunk of metal.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think even in the new version, that is still the case. Yeah, I kind of like this watch. Yeah, not enough to have bought one, so I can't say it too loudly and too strongly, but yeah, I like the crown at 4 o'clock. Obviously, I like that quirky integration to the leather band, which was apparently a rubber band in the prototype. And as far as I remember, the price point wasn't. Oh yeah, it was. It is bad. It is about 4,000. Well, that's not the best value on the Tudor lineup, honestly. So I can see why most people don't like it.
It's like the Omega Propof. Either you love it or you hate it.
That's right. You're right. And I'm not sure if it actually has any sort of quick exchange system, Dirk. I think that's just the weird integration. I think it might be, in fact, something that really only works with proprietary straps.
Oh, wow. Well, that's kind of a downer.
I should inquire into that on my next trip, but I think that is how it is.
I thought your show the other night was pretty good. You were talking about the economy. I don't want to get too sidetracked onto economy because it's kind of a downer, but
yeah,
it's pretty interesting. Like talking about how, especially coming up on, everybody's taking vacations and
right,
but they're going to be really watching their pennies.
Hey all.
So
yeah. I mean, when the professor is here, it's also especially a good topic because he speaks from a position of someone who actually actually has the knowledge and the expertise. So I trust his judgment on that basis. Thomas says this would be bigger with steel if it had some sort of integrated bracelet. And Jimmy says there was a guy on Instagram that literally beat the shite out of a P01 to make it truly actually looked good after the fact, by which you mean it doesn't look great as it is. Three-hander asks Meech, how is Cindy doing? Betty had to be sold. Betty had to be sold to where? Sold to where? Thomas Broadband says, I love the P01, but the lack of a steel bracelet holds it back. And the bezel clamp quirk. Yeah, the bezel is really interesting on this as well, but I don't know. It wouldn't be the same watch with a steel bracelet, I don't think. 300 says, we ain't spoke all the way back in the day. Hey, I'm in Italy right now. Fat says, I have a place here. I love it. Oh, you're lucky, man. It must be nice. What part of Italy, Fats? Jimmy says, I've always liked P01, even when it was launched and people hated it. Me too, but then again, I feel a little off about it because I've never put my money where my mouth is. But I do like it. I do like it. And Jimmy agrees. Really cool. You're very fortunate. My parents were born there. And 300 says, Big Meech, is the barn door wedge due an upgrade yet? Mr. P, I was in Italy for 2 months, just got back. You're also very fortunate. It's hot over there. Was the warmest May and June in a while. You have always wanted to go to Italy? You muted yourself, I think. Unmute, please, Dirk.
I have. I've always wanted to go to Italy. Just looks beautiful, and I love Europe.
Whereabouts in Italy? Everywhere or particular region? Rome?
Oh, Rome, but I really want to go to the place your favorite friends from.
Brother, that guy is so insignificant that Venice is a very important city. I'm sure it's big enough for that person and so many other people. So it doesn't matter. Venice is a great city, of course.
So you lived in Europe quite a few years, huh?
I did. Yeah, different countries. I've never lived in Italy, but I visited the south quite extensively. I've been in Rome. I've been in Florence. I've been in Venice for a very, very short period, maybe like 2 days, maybe 3. I don't remember. But yeah, Italy overall, it's great. I'm not a huge fan of the north. Although Milano is a great city as well. So is Turin, Torino. But I like the south a little better. I feel like, the more south you go in Italy, the more complex the place becomes, the more I can relate to the people. And it's really it's a taste, right? Italy is a very diverse country. It's kind of like Germany in that way, because these two countries among all European nations are ones that came into their own as a nation state quite late in history. So the regional differences are, I think, more marked and more remarkable. You can already hear it in the dialects, which are really almost like different languages. If you actually speak that language, you can feel that it's so radically different than the standards, that everyone speaks, that the educated standard, so to speak.
Can you speak the language?
Italian? No, I can't really speak. I understand it a little bit because of the French, but I can't speak Italian.
You know enough to get by.
I know enough to be taken advantage of. I can tell you that. But no, I mean, I can't get by in Italy with my Italian. No flipping way, as
Okay.
Nicola says. I do prefer Florence to Venice, but not to talk down Venice, GB. I do agree that Florence is nicer, but I love Venice too. It's a beautiful city. And Jimmy says, Dirk Diggler, if you can go, man, it is everything they say it is. Yeah, Italy is not overrated, guys. It's just a beautiful country, and there's something for everyone. Every city has a very different character. If you can, spend as many days as you can in as many different cities. I know people will usually recommend against it. They will say, oh, stay in Rome on your first visit and just focus. No, the cities are so different from each other. Visit as many as you can on your first trip and find the Italian city that is for you. It's not same thing. New York is very different than Los Angeles, even though they're both gigantic metropolitan areas in the US. It's different worlds, basically.
Totally different worlds, LA and New York.
Wait, there was a nice Bruce G says LHV goes deep on topics, excellent contribution to the community. Looking forward to him hitting 1,000 subs. Hey guys, please subscribe if you haven't, spread the word, share the link, and like the stream. And guys, if you want to contribute, I get monetized. There are 3 ways. You can always write to me directly at lordhellespont5@gmail.com, lordhellespont@gmail.com. That's also my PayPal account. So if you make a contribution, you can just ask for a special video, whether it's a topic that's of personal interest to you, or maybe you want us to focus on your watch collection on that particular live stream. You can just do that. Just send me an email with a small contribution on PayPal. You can use my Cash App, which is $LHVVV. And I've just opened a Patreon. I posted all the links there to increase the quality and quantity of content on this channel. Specifically, once I generate enough consistent contributors, I actually want to institute a 2-hour stream at least twice a week earlier in the day, so I can actually communicate more directly and more in an interactive fashion with the UK audience, with the continental European audience, and with people on the East Coast as well. So if you can help me do that, I would very much appreciate it. But in either case, thank you for your support and presence. As long as you upvote the streams, as long as you spread the word, share the link on other platforms, speak about the channel on other channels, I think we will get there in no time. So I appreciate you.
I think I would love to go to Italy, and then even though like Fat Windbags messes with me a lot, like he'd be a fun guy to hang out with.
Absolutely, I think so. I think
Yeah.
Fats would make a great friend.
I think Fats is a loyal friend.
That's true. Bruce G says Italy is the best vacation destination. Rent in Tuscany and self-drive. Fantastic. And Thomas says you would love Venice.
Do you like living in Southern California?
Not really. No.
No.
No. No, I miss having seasons. I miss having reasons for being miserable, man. I could just say, it's seasonal depression.
Yeah.
It's really hard to live in Southern California and be depressed. Like, you really have to come to terms with the fact that, hey, I'm just a miserable person. I can't make up excuses, about the weather and about this and about that. So, but joking aside, I do miss, man, I do miss just having that cycle of life. This rhythm of perpetual spring is absolutely not for me. It just isn't.
Would you ever move out of the United States?
I'm not that mobile.
Ah,
I have to tell you that.
okay.
So for my own interest, at least in the current configuration, unless I'm going full YouTuber, full-time YouTuber, or establishing another business, I will have to be in the US.
Right. Makes sense. Okay.
All right. So wait, where's Fats? My wife's parents were born here. I have a place on the border, Umbria, Tuscany. So nice. Maybe near Perugia, possibly. Paulie says, my granddad used to go to Italy every year to visit friends. Forgot where. Some lakes to visit friends. Maybe Como. It's fancy place. Brought back a tortoise we had for over 60 years. That's so cute. And yeah, Mr. P says the three in the north are Como, Garda, Maggiore. Lago de Garda. Beautiful. Jimmy says, for sure, you will get to your goal in no time. Well, it's taking a little bit of time, but I don't mind, man, because it helps me put in the work. It helps me stay committed. And once I get there, you see it, man. I have a whole archive of stuff. You know, every time something comes up in the conversation, I just post the link. So I've been creating content, so that will pick up once I get to 1,000 subscribers. So even if it's in no time, I'm taking my time. I don't mind it. I'm building organically. People are coming. Oh, Jimmy, I've never actually counted, man. Since I've been on these dating apps for some years, even though I'm doing a detox for the time being. That's one of the things that I absolutely actually came to despise. You know, people listing like with flags and emojis where they have been to in the world, like making an entire laundry list. I don't know the exact number. I've been to different places. I've been to places in North Africa. I've been to places in the Middle East. I've been to places in Southern Europe. I've been to places in Northern Europe. I've been to, well, in the Americas, actually, I've never been anywhere. I've never traveled anywhere down, any further south than Mexico, for example.
Hey, Lord,
Yeah.
have you ever like done a tour of the United States? I know a lot of people from other countries, like when they come to America, like they like do a whole tour, and I always marvel and kind of envy them because they've seen, some of these people have seen more of the United States than I have.
Yeah, Paulie says, I dislike dating websites. I'm shallow, single moms. I actually, for Paulie, I mean, of course, you're entitled to your own opinion, your preferences, and whatever. But I would say that's the least that you have to like. That's the best thing to worry about on dating apps. Actually, some of the better people, better human beings that I've come to date over the years through dating apps were the single moms. I think the rest of the people are so much more toxic. And Paulie says, I make a good friend. The only person who I was friends with that I have an unhealthy obsession with now is I don't have any other restraining orders. And I've never been to Southeast Asia, actually. Yeah, and I haven't been to Singapore. I haven't been to Thailand.
Singapore is awesome.
Yeah, and Fats says, take your time. Indeed, I am, Fats. I'm glad you're supportive. You'll get there. Rome was not built in a day. You're doing it the right way. Hey, I mean, look, I have had some help along the way, right? I keep saying this, and I'm not saying it lightly. I think Archie Luxury created this space. This is the house he built, and he gave me a start. Even though, I was basically killed off as a character from that show, and he absolutely did nothing to save me and nothing to stop it. So it is what it is. But I'm still grateful to him, because if it weren't for the Archie Luxury live stream, I would have such a harder time. I would have so much more difficulty putting myself on the map. So I gained a lot of traction from that. But I've gotten here through my own hard work and through the people who actually come here on a regular basis and help me on the panel, interact with me in the chat, positively and negatively. That's how this channel is run. So we are building brick by brick. And Bruce G says, joining the stream from Bangkok today. Make it happen. I think you'll like it here. I might. I'm not against it. It's just I've never made it there. Like, I've wanted to go to Japan now for almost 2 decades, but I still haven't made it. So there's some countries that I want to visit there.
Do you like traveling?
I'm not sure, actually. I never travel on a whim. I don't travel on a regular basis. But when I am traveling, I'm really enjoying myself. So I need to set aside the time, plan very carefully, right? For me, it requires a lot of planning in advance so I can actually relax when I'm on a holiday. I don't like doing things too spontaneously. That really tires me out. So it usually takes me, just like I buy my watches, it takes me years to buy one watch usually, because I kind of nitpick about so many different things, research and turn it over in my head like 1,000 times. Same thing with travel. I usually have to plan the entire year for what I'm going to do for 1 week in some other place in the world. So that's why I end up not traveling as much. I've been around. I'm grateful for that. But I never, I'm never the kind of person, I'm chasing experiences and I'm obsessed with travel and I'm a foodie and stuff like that. Not like that. Do you like traveling? Do you travel often?
We go to Europe like every 4 years or so. We have friends that live in England, in Henley on Thames, where Bremont is at. And I have a friend that lives in France, and I've gone to visit him before in Cannes. But now my vacations, you would hate it. Like, since we had the kid, you would be like, my vacations, they're like Disney
timeshare. You said, yeah, I would hate it. I would hate it. Actually.
And I don't blame people, right? Because it's a pain in the ass sometimes. Like, now when we go to Hawaii, it's different because we have the timeshare there too, and it's very relaxing. It's done in very good taste. But when you go to Florida, it's a shit show, right? It's just like the kids and the wife, they just want to go do all the stuff, and I'm just a fool. I just make it happen, and then that's it. But I get my relaxation when we go on a cruise or something like that. That's my relaxation because they leave me alone.
By the way, one of the worst things about going to that Bremont event here in downtown LA was that I actually got to meet the brothers, and they're just such nice guys. Nick especially. It's like, he's so nice that like I can't say anything positive about Bremont to you, but I'm not, like, I feel like I'm not allowed to talk shit anymore as freely as possible.
It's funny, when I asked you about that, when you first came back from it, you're like, I want to hate on these watches, but these guys are so cool, and it's hard for me.
And I mean, not only cool, but also just genuinely nice. And passionate. Because look, I mean, you are not in people's heads, right? So no matter how much I feel like I can see through people, I can get fooled too. I can get tricked as well. But it's just, especially with Nick, I mean, it just felt that his passion about these watches were so genuine that you have to at least give him a listen. At the end of the day, I didn't buy the story, but it was damn entertaining to listen to it. And I appreciate it, because at the end of the day, look, I mean, Rolex and Tudor can just dip into basically a century of an archive and pull up something cool that had one of their watches attached to it, and they can do something with it. Bremont has to, basically rub the bottle and try to find something to mysteriously come out. So they have to be more creative. They have to try hard, because they are trying to make up for something, because they have a chip on their shoulder. I think they have still a long ways to go, but finally, they, after that whole blunder about the in-house caliber, which was actually something they bought from Switzerland and slightly modified, finally they have something that's more authentically manufactured, at least caliber. So let's see what they build on that. But certainly the guys are good storytellers. Would I buy one of their watches? Absolutely not. Would I recommend someone, to buy their watches? Absolutely not.
Would you buy it on the resale market?
No, not even. Not
Wow.
even, because it's just not that great of a deal. Much out there that has, like, you want a chronograph with a Valjoux 7750, they're dime a dozen, and there's so many others that are just as good, if not better.
See, that's the difference between you and me, Lord. Like, and that's the difference between, I would say, like 70% of the people that come on your stream, they have your mindset like that, right? Like, they're all about the movement, and I'm learning more about movements from you and watch Nicholas and such. But I'm kind of like, I think that thing looks badass, right? Where you're kind of like, let me look under the hood.
I think it goes two ways. Yes, I agree, because I am like that, and increasingly I'm becoming more. And that's the thing. I think it's like I am turning fully into the cantankerous old man that I always was, even when I was 5 years old. I mean, you can see my pictures. It's like, it's disconcerting. I can see, like, in that little kid, I can see like a 60-year-old man. But what I'm trying to say is, I'm getting pickier. I'm getting more concerned about, hey, what's under the hood? What's inside this? What exactly makes this work? So what makes me tick becomes more and more complicated as years go by. But then again, when it comes to Bremont, right? Let's say I want a chronograph with a good story, and I have about 4 to 5K to spend, or 3K to spend. I think in the secondary market, there's still better watches you can get. I mean, I can still get a Breguet Type 20 for less than $5,000 in good condition. I'm not obsessed with, like, I know what I'm looking at, so I'm not obsessed with, like, papers and service this, service that. If I'm familiar with the watch, and if I know the condition, if I can examine it, I know what I'm getting. I would rather get something like that. Why? I love timeless design, and timeless design that has earned its stripes. Bremont needs another 2 decades for some geek like me to earn its stripes. So
You're right.
Call me back in
that
20 years. Call me back in 20 years.
I get that. And hey, money doesn't grow on trees, right? I mean, you got, like you said, 4,000 or 5,000. It's not chump change, and
not at all.
So I get it. Like, when I almost bought that Bremont, I think I was really in the moment, and you know what? Thank God for my wife, because she's like, don't get it. She's like, don't get it. Right. When I had a call from my Rolex, she's like, go get it. Even Omegas, right. She loves Omegas, but then she's like, don't get it. I was like, all right. So like, I kind of felt like a douchebag, right? Because like after like I was like I didn't want to walk around that area because I felt like a chump, you know. I just blamed it all
No,
on my
it's
wife.
okay, man. Yeah, I mean, I never, that's one thing about me. I guess that's another thing perhaps that distinguishes the two of us, because I never, I've never felt bad
Walking
about
away.
walking a deal that I just didn't like. Um,
Yeah,
so if I'm just, I'm generally, I always negotiate when I'm full. When I'm desperate, like when I really feel like, oh man, I really want this watch, I try to put a yeah, I try to pull the brakes and try to cool off,
I
and I
see.
start getting back into the market when I'm like, okay, I want this watch and this is my budget, let's try to make it happen.
That's a
And if
good
it
trait to have.
doesn't work,
That's a good trait to have, and you shouldn't only apply that to watches, but to all big purchases in life, like cars and homes, right? Because like homes, cars, and watches, like you go in there and then you could just look at it and go, I'm ready to go, right? But you really have to pull yourself back and go, let me think about this. This isn't chump change, right? This isn't buying a like a $300 or $500 watch. This is big money.
yeah.
Yeah, so that's good. Commend you on that. Sometimes like I don't have that all the time, right? My wife does.
But look,
So
I understand that as well, because I get pretty excited about watches, but thankfully I have these streams and I have my own channel to release some of that energy, right? Release some of that excitement and channel it towards something creative, because I get so excited and so hyped up about certain watches. If money were no object, I would probably have as many watches as I do right
have you
now.
ever have you ever bought a watch on impulse?
Maybe my King Turtle, and that cost
Mm,
me $350, all things considered,
right,
because I saw it on eBay and I love the watch, especially in green, but just generally that model.
right.
And 350 was just too good of a deal in box. It was barely worn, everything that came with it, so it was fine. Um, and Pauli says you become more particular over watches because you learn more about them. Same with women. And the great dealer I know got a raft of new Bremont this week, flooded his site with them over usually great prices. I wonder if he got them cheap. He probably did. Fat says, never stop looking under the hood. There's lots to see. You never stop learning in life. Thank you, man. That's great advice. And again, as Dirk said, that's a principle that you can take anywhere. It's not just when you're buying watches that you should look under the hood. Now, again, everyone has different interests and different passions when it comes to watches, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with not obsessing about, not nerding out about movements. But whatever it is that you're looking for in a watch, question it, never be satisfied until you get what you exactly want. Take your time, do your research, negotiate, haggle, have a very strict budget, very specific ceiling of money that you are willing to spend on a certain watch before you start negotiating, and never go above that. And you will see most of the best deals you strike would be exactly when you're walking away. If you can say confidently, you know what, I appreciate you. Thank you for your time. Thank you for taking care of me in this way, but I just can't go above $4,000 on this watch. So goodbye. And a lot of times that's how you get the best deals, because the seller realizes that, hey, the guy's full. Either I give him the deal and I move this piece, or not. Who knows when the next time someone comes in who is as interested in this particular piece. And this is especially true in the secondary market with watches that are not so hyped up. right? They can still be interesting. They can still be collectible. They can still be iconic models, but especially with stuff that people are not very interested in. And this is a lesson that I picked up from the Pontiff, guys. It's not my original invention. You go for the dogs, right? You go for the less desired pieces, especially in a market that's nasty and vicious. You go for pieces that 90% of other people are not interested in, because there's so much out there. And Phoenician Cedar knows his stuff. He says at least the Breguet has a flyback chrono. I love my flyback chronographs, guys. And the Type 20 is, of course, that specification asked for a flyback chrono because they wanted the pilots in Aéronaval, the Air Force's arm of the French Navy, to be able to time short intervals. So when you look at a chronograph, I don't have one at hand now. So you have the start stop button and the reset button, right? In a flyback chronograph, you don't need to start, stop, reset, and then start again, right? So it takes you basically 4 moves to start timing something new. With a flyback, you start, and when you press the reset, it flies back to 0 and starts counting right away. So that's the function of a flyback chronograph. It's very straightforward, actually, and very useful if you're timing short things. Again, we're just using them as toys at this point, but it's a lot of fun.
Hey, you know, I thought this is an interesting comment Three-Hander mentioned. He says, I never bought on impulse, but I bought watches that I fell out of love with. You have to go through the journey with different watches in life to know what you truly like. And that has never been, that's a true statement for me with my Grand Seiko. Like,
Okay.
when I bought it, I thought, and I still think it's a beautiful watch, but when I bought it, I really had no business buying that watch. It was too small of a watch for my wrist. But man, it was a beautiful watch. It just looked funny on me, I thought. And I never wore it. It was a thick watch. And then,
It is
but
thick.
yeah. And so, you know, I made money off of it and helped with my purchase of my Rolex. But it's one of those
This
things
is
that,
this is the Grand Seiko GMT, right?
yeah.
I mean, it's a beautiful watch, but I see that. Look, I mean, I can't dispense with these big words. You know, I can't say that I will never fall in love with any of my watches. But the fact, and I'm going to respond to Jimmy in this way as well, the fact that I take so long to settle on a watch, do so much research to get a watch, usually means that I'm stuck with it. And honestly, I treat it almost like a very committed marriage, right? So I actually, you know, there are moments with some of my watches. I think my Submariner being accepted because that stands at another realm of memory. You go through moments where you don't love it as much. You go through moments where something starts rubbing you off the wrong way. But for me, since I took so much time and spent so much effort, researched so long, and in a way, you know, always sacrifice something, right? You know, no matter what, you always have a limited budget. I always have a limited budget for watches. I never have unlimited amounts of money to spend. So
right.
from gestation of the idea to when you actually acquire it, and the journey, the chase, the hunt is the best part. I agree with you, Jimmy. How long do you spend researching it? But I can tell you every single watch basically, but I will give 2 examples. My root beer, which is the first Rolex and the first luxury watch that I bought with my own money, with the money that I earned, it took an entire academic year. I basically started obsessing about the root beer in the summer of basically my graduation, you know, going to college. And then I got a work study / library job, saved, didn't go out the entire academic year basically. And I was half jock, half nerd, fell through all cracks anyways, so not that anyone was asking me out. um, I saved up my money, and it took an entire academic year. For my Polar Explorer, I think it took about 2-3 years, because at that time I had two pieces, my Submariner and my Root Beer, and I wanted the third Rolex watch, and I wanted it to be different enough. I wanted to be special enough, and it was really Archie's direction. I just watched his videos at the time. That's what I found on YouTube. And suddenly I was a convert to the entire cause, but slowly to the Polar Explorer too, because that was the time, when he was pushing, especially the Speedmaster and Polar Explorer too. But the Archie 5 was being built. I think that's the golden era, a stretch from 2012 to 2015. For me, that's prime Archie.
What was the watch? I know you had your father's watch, but were you interested in watches when you got your dad's watch, or what was the watch that put you over the edge?
That was already when I was throughout my teenage years, I had mostly a Timex Weekender, which I loved and I still cherish. I still have a couple of them lying around in the house, actually. But the first watch that made me obsess about watches was my Swatch Diver. I can't find it. I'm devastated. I lost it. I don't know where it is, but it was this neon yellow / green color. It had a rotating bezel that I just loved and adored. It was clicking as well, so I fidgeted around with it the whole time I wore that watch. I obsessed over it, and it was such a nice transition too, from that to the 5513, which is also a rotating bezel, but very different feel, of course, because it's smooth and it's actually bi-directional.
So your first watch was that you bought. Your first big watch that you bought was the Rolex Root Beer.
Yes, it's the 16753 from roughly 1982. So still has the nipple dial. Yeah. John Dandela. Oh wait, Paul Paulwy says, I really like the relationship I have with my Rolex AD. I know if I picked anything other than Rolex, she would give me rock bottom price if I know to ask, and hadn't harmed my Rolex purchases. And John Dandela, welcome back to the channel, man. It's nice to see you. He says, wow, okay. There's something going with my connection again. I take a different view on collecting. I buy watches I enjoy and plan to hold them forever. Looking at my collection when I'm in my 80s or 90s to see where the journey took me. I don't know how that's different. I think that's exactly how I collect. But I'm just saying, I can't look, you never know where life takes you. If next decade, for example, if I went through truly, wait, I can't get rid of this. If I went through truly difficult,
I think your stream is dying out there, Lord. Your connection. Well, I think Lord his stream is dying there right now, his internet connection. And hey, I'm not triggered. I'm just brought you guys want Diego. There he is. All right, see, all right. Unlike Archie, this thing only cost me like $100. And I've been begging my wife to get rid of it, but maybe I'll donate. Maybe I'll give it to Diego. Anyways, there you go. All right, there he is.
I was losing the. I was losing the connection. Yeah, I was just saying, like, I think John Dondola, we agree. I just don't know. I can't forecast the future. What if I have to sell most of my watch collection, if not everything, right? What if, and what if I grow out of love with one of my watches and I really want something else and I have to sell one to get one? It can happen. It hasn't happened yet, but as the collection grows, it's more likely to happen. So I just didn't want to forecast something like that. But yes, exactly. That's how I want to grow in life. Exactly like you described. I wish, well, first of all, I hope I can make it to my 80s and 90s. And I hope I will have all the watches that I collected over time, and I can reminisce about all the memories and all that I went through with those watches by the time I am 80, by the time I'm 90. And you showed them a giraffe right when my collection was breaking off. What is that?
I had to entertain the punters here. So they were hounding me to show the giraffe, and it says it reminds them of Diego. So I brought it out for him.
I see.
So
and
were you?
Hat.
Yeah, and they wanted to see the cowboy hat too. But this is the giraffe, so they make fun of it because of the big neck and everything. But
okay,
so I'm just playing around, right? I don't.
No worries. I mean, I like Diego, but I'm not sure. People like choosing sides. I think it makes them feel it makes them feel like they are doing something, that they are contributing to something, and that's fine. I think he has chosen his side, and that's all right with me. I like Diego. I have no problem with him. But he does have a thin skin. I think he gets irritated very easily, and he lashes out very aggressively as well. So it is what it is.
A lot of them have thin skin, Lord. Not only Diego, a lot of them do.
Yeah, but, it's true. It's true.
But I mean, that's the price you pay. Like, if you want to be in this business, I think, right? I mean, you think Archie has thin skin?
No, he does not. But then again, those people are not in the business either, right? People who have thin skin are usually regulars, but they don't really have their own channels. So,
man. Well, hey, Lord, I'm gonna take off right now, but thank you for having me on. I appreciate it, and thanks, guys.
And I appreciate you. Thanks for jumping on. And I hope by now that day I was just fucking irritated with your connection and microphone. It was nothing personal. So when you have it fixed, it's beautiful. It's
no, I didn't. I didn't realize that it's the Apple the ear pods. They have problems with the mic, and so I was trying to use those because these things look idiotic on me. But that's the only reason why I had those on. But I'd rather have a good connection, good clear voice. But no, I didn't take any offense to it at all. Okay. Actually, yeah, no, not at all. You didn't, not at all. Well,
I'm glad, man. I'm glad because
I
actually like you, and I love having you on board. I love having you on the panel. So come more often, as often as you can.
Well, thank you, Lord. You guys, you and your panelists, and Big Meech and the professor and Ozzy, they're very informative, and so keep up the good work, man. And thanks a lot, guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you, man.
All right. Cheers.
Dirk, come back.
I will, man.
All right. It was nice to see Dirk on the panel. The connection is I think a little better now, guys. It happens because I don't have a direct plug, so it's bound to happen until I actually realize this move. So John, yes. So we have a small difference, I guess. Yeah, nothing gets sold even if you don't love that watch. I've never sold a watch either so far, but I can't see into the future. But I see the difference, right? I can at least forecast a scenario where I might sell a watch, whereas you are just saying you will stick with it no matter what, and that is a different ideology. And Curly Q, thank you, man. It's and everyone else, if you have been enjoying the show, if you have appreciated the panel, if you have learned something from the conversation today, please hit that like button. It's for free, but it really does wonders for me. It really does make a difference. That little bit of exposure for me is absolutely crucial. Share the word, share the link. Spread the word on other platforms. I want to expand this community. I want to grow it. I want to reach 1,000 subscribers. And of course, that will also help me get the channel monetized. And if you want to help the channel, if you want to contribute before that happens, before the channel gets monetized, if you want me to stay independent and provide you with original and exclusive content, you can always already contribute on PayPal. That's at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, lordhellespont5@gmail.com. I also have a Cash App, which is $LHVVV, $LHVVV. And I also opened a Patreon with the specific goal of increasing the quality and quantity of content on this channel. Have 2 more dedicated streams every week earlier, so I can communicate more directly in a more interactive fashion with a UK and continental European audience, as well as with some of the people on the East Coast. So if you can contribute in that way, it will make the difference, will make all the difference for me. But in either case, I'm really grateful for your support, guys. I'm really grateful for your presence. It really does help me push through. It really encourages me. It really motivates me to do more. So if you can bring more people in here, if you can just share the link, that already makes a huge difference. So Pauli says, I like Diego, but that youthful, handsome, slim look isn't for me. I much prefer the RHG look. Okay. And John Dandala says, precisely my objective is to own a retrospective look on my evolving watch tastes when I reach the December of my life. That's actually a great idea for a collection. I think it also would make you more thoughtful about each and every one of your choices, because you are buying those watches with the knowledge that you won't be getting rid of them. You're stuck with them, right? In a good way. So that's a good way actually to look at your watch purchases, because ultimately it probably makes you more considerate, more thoughtful. It probably makes you more patient in your hunt, in your chase. I had El Profesor, but I just lost the visual. What happened? Buenos días.
Hello.
Okay. How are you doing?
Good
Professor?
morning from
Good
the
morning.
old country.
Good
Beautiful,
morning from
glorious
the old,
day here in
old
the
new
United
country.
of Kingdoms.
Where where the sun doesn't set. I've always found that very curious, by the way. It's a pretty dark country usually for most of the year. The sun sets
I,
pretty often, actually, on that
I think it's very
lost
beautiful
empire.
here today. We will have a beautiful day.
Absolutely, that's the spirit, Professor. It's lovely to see you, because I was just about to actually, in either case,
Uh-oh.
turn on this other Bloomberg article that you shared with me about the
Ah,
Omega Moonwatch.
yes.
Okay, my free article has run out. Let's see if I can trick this.
Ah, you can find it somewhere else in the web.
I'm sure I can. Let's see. Okay, this way. Let me see.
Ah, beautiful. Oh my goodness. So nice.
So let's see. Yeah,
Ah, here, I'll show you
the
how
weather
it
looks.
looks like. Look.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Blue skies. And here we got the clock, so I
And the
don't know if you can
seagull.
see it. And the seagull. It says 6:30. So I'm up with the birds here and the milkmen.
Good. Someone's got to keep that guy in check.
Yeah, there are no cars moving. I mean, it's a Saturday also, but what can you do? Ah, there we go.
Yeah, so the Omega Moonwatch surges after Swatch cheap, nasty, and vinyl Swatch version goes wild. The crossover model has boosted Omega's most iconic timepiece, and Hayek plans mobile sales points in Europe to meet demand. All right. So what do you think? Do you think this is just a little marketing boost from Swatch Group? Do you believe the story, first of all, before we start reading into it?
Of having boosted sales for the original Moonwatch.
Mm-hmm.
I think so. I think so. They wouldn't lie. Although, as we said, I think it was yesterday, one of our viewers said that Bloomberg says different things at different times. So they're not very honest all the time. Media is not honest all the time anyway. It could be that it has created this noise for people to go and buy the original thing, from maybe those who cannot buy the plastic thing. You know, I would never buy the plastic thing. It's just I would just buy the Swatch plastic thing, but not this, fake Moonwatch. For me, it's a fake. It's not the original.
I mean, I think it's different enough from the original that some people might like it for that, how to put it, for its own charm. I think it was really inventive, the kind of different colors they came in, the way they branded it, and the fact that they could have chosen a lot of other watches from the Swatch Group, right? And they really went for the most iconic one, and something that hasn't been, I mean, in a way, Seamaster has the first, Omega Bond watch in quartz already, right? So there hasn't been an iconic version of the Moonwatch or really Speedmaster in quartz ever. So I guess it really made sense in a way, but it was also the most iconic model they had. And I just felt the fact that they fell into this genuinely hype beast culture And some will say I'm simply bitter, right? Because I actually went to another city because there's no Swatch boutique in Los Angeles. I drove all the way to San Francisco, and I sat on concrete for hours and waited, only to be told in the morning that they had allocated all the watches even before they started selling them in the morning. So I'm a little bitter to begin with. But at the end of the day, I always felt that this was a strange move by Swatch and just a slight on Omega more than anything. And honestly, I don't take it at face value. It might be true. I'm not saying they're lying outright, but I don't believe in it automatically just because the CEO
Well,
said
look,
so.
I mean, yes, they can say anything they want, because it's not, you can never find out if what he says is true, because even if Swatch is a public company, they don't actually release the individual watch company data and their sales. So you just get a lump sum of what they do every quarter and every year, because they are, how many brands they represent, about 10, I think, right? And so you don't really know if what they're saying is true. Yes, to your point. None of the Swiss manufacturers are transparent. I mean, Swatch has to be a bit more than Rolex because they're a listed company. But when you look at their annual reports, you see that they're not releasing any individual data. So how many pieces Omega sells, what kind of pieces, precious metals, semi, steel, you don't get it. I was actually looking at,
and they're not
Yeah.
saying, Professor, they're not saying it's like a small bump either, right? I mean, they're
It's
literally
50%,
saying
it's a lot. Yeah.
since March, right, which is
Yeah.
just a matter of 4 months, they have sold more than 50% just due to the Moonswatch.
Yeah, and this, this 50%, is it annualized? Is it year on year? Is it 50% month on month? Is it from 1 month to the next month? What is it exactly? Nobody really knows. 50% more of what? You need to compare it against something. So it can be 50% against the quarter. It can be against last year's March. It can be against last year's entire sales.
But yeah,
50% more.
Any way you slice it, Professor, it's just an unreal number. It doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't sound realistic. But yeah, let's go with it. It says Hayek says sales of all Speedmaster models have risen by double digits since the Moonswatch debuted.
I mean, look, Omega and Swatch have to say something and have to do something sensationalist to attract people's attention, media attention, because, they're sitting next to the giant, which is Rolex, and Rolex doesn't give a shit about Omega. Omega keeps on copying and pasting whatever Rolex does.
Well, to their credit, this wasn't something that Rolex did, so I will give them that.
No. It's not the specific, but in general, look, Rolex is the giant, and Omega keeps on copying them. So, for instance, Rolex does green, Omega does green, then everybody else does green.
I know.
They do the OP color series, Omega does the same. Then Rolex stops producing most of the colors, and eventually they will just take it out and produce new colors. Omega will do the same. They keep on, doing it. It's like having a huge giant next to you, and you're trying to exist. Omega will never reach the level of Rolex, never, because it is a branding issue.
you know, the reasons, and I also am very skeptical, is because the release of this article coincides with an event they just put together in Milan on July 5th, Speedy Tuesday.
Yeah.
So it's just an interesting timing. It's a very outrageous claim. And I will really have to see their books to believe it. I'm not just going to be convinced in this case with one article that doesn't even, you know, at least the other charts, right? The one where we were looking at the watch market tanking, it had charts that had information from third parties, right? No matter what we think about those third parties, that had at least the sheen of objective journalism. This is just, we are taking things from the CEO's mouth, and we are supposed to believe it.
Yes, it's a press release.
And they have been also entirely dishonest throughout the release of these products, right? First of all, they said we are releasing it worldwide, exclusively in boutiques, and you know, you will only be able to buy it from boutiques at that time. So they had lied about that because they had already sold the watches before the day dawned, right, on the previous day from that boutique in San Francisco. They have also said slowly we are going to start selling the watches online, and now they're saying the watches won't be sold online ever, but the model will soon appear at more points, including mobile locations, because it was supposed to be either boutique exclusive or online purchase. Now they're saying you can't buy it online. They will just travel the world with it. All right. Yeah, we will have, see, they even try to spin their incompetence into some sort of story. We will have 11 moving stores like our planets moving around in Europe.
Yeah, good luck.
Oh, this is ridiculous.
I shared with you another link to an interesting factoid I discovered from the Federation of Swiss watchmakers, and it shows you the main numbers for exports of Swiss watches.
Can you send this link in private chat, because there's no way for me to find this PDF from the phone and then project it, you know, on
private
the
chat. Yes.
Okay, yes, please. Okay. Like on here, and I can click directly. All right, let me click from there. Yeah, by the way, let me address some of the comments in the chat. Fries with Mayo is wearing today in central Geneva 145.012-63 pre-moon Speedmaster to go see Moonswatch in central Geneva. HK is back to the channel. Lovely to see you, man. Double digits, like they sold in 10 or they sold 10 or more watches, didn't specify that was a percentile increase. And Fries with Mayo says disagree. The Lemania 2310, which is the CH27, otherwise known, that famous chronograph movement that formed the base of 321, Fries says it is better than Rolex. I think Daytona had to wait until the 21st century, honestly, to catch up with that in terms of the movement, its own movement. But I guess the Zenith 1988, you can count that as strong as the 23 310, except it is, of course, a high beat automatic caliber with the date function, date module removed from it, rather than Lemania 2310, which is a base for an hand wound chronograph caliber. So apples and oranges, but yeah, I think Lemania 2310 was better than the Valjoux 72, right? Which was the manual hand wound Daytona caliber. You can say that. I won't argue with that. And Jimmy says, exactly, they had promised it would be available online. Now, no. And John Dondola says, I wouldn't declare the shift a lie. Well, I mean, when someone tells you something and then they backtrack that promise, you can call it what you want. It's dishonest. I mean, we can disagree on the wording. It was a dishonest marketing campaign. They said you would be able to buy it from the stores, but they were pre-sold and allocated to private customers. They said you were able to actually buy 2 at a time. Then, as a gesture of goodwill, which was, again, just part of a marketing campaign, they said, no, only 1. But again, they sold it to friends and family, basically, ahead of time. So why does it matter? If that's not a lie, call it what you want, John. It's just deceptive marketing practice. Business strategies change, and that's okay. And customers get angry with them, and that's okay too, John. Swatch Group Predictive Analytics couldn't predict demand based on anything other than prior collab. Sure. Again, they are, of course, they are fine. They're more than allowed to decide on their own strategy, and they can change it, but they will have to also deal with the consequences. And I'm just speaking my mind as one particularly disgruntled customer. And I'm sure Swatch Group can take that. They're big enough that they can deal with my little channel disagreeing with their deceptive marketing practices. Yeah, I don't believe this narrative, John. Professor, I don't believe this narrative. I don't know. I would love to get it confirmed, because I was genuinely thinking that this is something, along with everything else that came out of Omega's part as novelties in advance of the Watches and Wonders. I thought it was just a strange move, because like you said, they have their hometown rivalry with Rolex, and Omega was at least, different enough and had their own icons and models that they could have their own committed group of fans. So the more they start copying Rolex, or the more they at least give that impression, right? The way they risked looking like they were just releasing Aquaterras that looked like Rolex's popular Oyster Perpetuals, the fact that they released full, Omega Speedmaster in full gold with a green dial that looked like the 18-karat yellow gold Daytona with the green dial, that just wasn't a good look for Omega, because Omega is the brand for people who say, hey, we have our own heritage. We in fact have made better sports watches since the 70s, and we pay less for them. That's the kind of fan, that's the kind of militant that Omega usually recruits. And I felt that was a slap on the face for them. So if it worked for them, more power to them. But I believe the story is a little too good to be true. Now, let's pull up the document that you just shared, Professor, and you let me know what you want to highlight from that.
Okay. So have a look at the line graph on the right.
Mm-hmm.
Right? This is percentage increase of exports of Swiss watch exports, right? From June 2021 all the way to May 2022. So numbers don't lie here, and we do see an increase, and it reaches a peak in February 2022. Now the peak, of course, is close to 40%. I would read it around 37%. It's not exact. That's a 37% increase on the moving average, right, of exports. However, what is interesting is that it begins from February onwards to decline, and it reaches in May something a little bit below 20%. So, it went from around 37, 38 to now about 18, 19. It's still growing, but it is decelerating. So the trend is a downward trend. So basically, it's telling us that exports are beginning to slow down. There is something going on. Now, it can be related to China. It can be related to the lockdowns there in Hong Kong and all of that story. But there is a trend which is similar to the trend we see in stock markets when they begin to decline around the same time, more substantially. So there is something out there telling me that this 20% decline is not just a decline. There is evidence that exports are beginning to slow down because of demand, right? And this should continue to go down.
Well, you have probably read about this, that Germany, since it has been so reliant on gas imports from Russia, and since that resource is not so freely available anymore, they have been rationing out electricity and water. Did you read that news?
Yes. I mean, they did a poll a few days ago, and 1 out of 2 Germans believe that there's going to be a World War III. There is a major shift in Germany's perception of war and threat, and that's because of exactly what you said. It's quite visible that people are very scared, and when people are scared, they don't go out and buy watches, and that will be reflected in numbers in different countries. Now, of course, the German market is not a huge market for watches to begin with, and the Italian market is much bigger. But still, it is creating this noise of concern.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, with a period of austerity that's already setting in Europe, and with the potential compounding of rising inflation, with rising numbers of unemployment here in the US and elsewhere, I just don't think we can continue hoping for a Christmas miracle, because essentially that's what the gray marketeers are propagating. That's once we go through the summer, magically a holiday shopping spree will start, and things will pick up just like they did in this trend that you see here, Professor, right? From June to January, you have a steady increase here. So they're basically basing all their hopes on how things worked out just 1 year ago, which was an exceptional year, right? An absolute purple patch. They're expecting the same thing to happen in this year without thinking about inflation, without thinking about unemployment, without thinking about war that might break into something larger, without thinking about other sorts of geopolitical conflict and concern that are affecting people's daily life on a
For
very
sure.
severe level, that a country like Germany is rationing out gas. They are turning off the lighting of public buildings at night. They are turning off traffic lights at night. And in this period of austerity, we are expecting the luxury market to pick up just because the holiday shopping season is coming in a few months. I mean, are you kidding me? Who do these people think are, that they're addressing? How little respect do they have of their audience to talk like that?
Well, they're all former watch traders, not current watch traders. So they get away with being former.
John Dondola says, look at other Swatch collabs. So Museum of Modern Art in New York, Centre Pompidou in Paris, and see the volume of sales for those. Do you think those are comparable to Swatch's own collab with Omega? How many times extra did they produce Moonswatch in comparison? Swatch underestimated demand. And you don't think that's a failure from... Yeah, let's take that sympathetic view, John. I mean, I'm glad we disagree, and I respect your opinion. But let's take that sympathetic view. Don't you think the fact that they underestimated this demand for an accessible, quirky, and interesting version of their most iconic watch in their entire body of work, don't you think the fact that they underestimated the demand for the Moonswatch is a failure in and of itself? And Fries with Mayo says, Moonswatch is the most spectacular watch release in decades. I absolutely disagree. But, again, even if I agreed that it somehow was a success and not a flop, any watch release for me is a watch first and a release second. If the watch can't really hold its ground on horological basis, I don't really care about the hype it creates and the revenue it generates, which again is something I doubt. I don't believe the story. But even if that were the case, the Moonswatch itself is, it is what it is. It's just a quartz plastic watch. So it's not, I can't get too excited about it. Should I open this new document, Professor?
The other interesting thing, I think Ozzy mentioned it last time, is if you go below, if you go to on the right side of what you were looking at just now, there is the third graph. You will see the value of watches by segment, the price point of watches by segment, and you will see the decline that we discussed at the $200 to $500 Swiss franc mark, which is quite interesting for the Swiss industry, watchmaking industry.
Okay, let me pull up that part document. There we go. This is the world distribution.
One actually is the world distribution. No, I was talking about the previous one. It's okay. Let's go over at this one. So it's, January to December, right? Which is very interesting. So it's 2021 numbers, and it gives you a breakdown of the different countries. So clearly the US is number one, but it competes with China, and I think the two of them are neck to neck when it comes to numbers. Of course, Hong Kong is third, and then Japan, UK, Singapore, and so forth. I was wrong. Germany is number 7, so they're pretty important. So Professor here didn't profess anything, so I was just incorrect. So Germany is an important market. So if the Germans are hiding, looking for food and electricity, you can imagine what will happen to their watch market. Yeah, and Italy is number 10, quite interestingly. UAE is number 8. A lot of tourists and oil money going around.
I'm not actually surprised that Italy, when it comes to newer watches, is a little lagging behind some of the markets. I'm not that surprised. Italy, I'm sure, is still, when you compare it, relatively speaking, proportionally in terms of the vintage market, I'm sure they are pretty high. But this is, of course, new Swiss watches. Still, I mean, top 10 is top 10, right? You know, it's still a market that matters a great deal.
And this again, is in billions, by the way. When you see the 3.078, which is the US, this is 3 billion Swiss francs. So that's roughly 3 billion US dollars. That's, you know, it's a big market, 3 billion. So you add the billions and, you know, you can come up with how many watches do they actually sell, the Swiss.
Incredible. Yeah. I mean,
and
again,
Russia was important, but not hugely important. I mean, they were there. They were number 17, right? And then you see the Arab countries, the oil countries, Saudi Arabia, Qatar, Kuwait, Bahrain. Funny enough, Portugal and Greece. I mean, Greece, a bankrupt country, but because of tourism, you know, they get about 35 million tourists each year. They have a big market selling watches, new watches. So Portugal, Belgium, interesting. Ireland, I would never guess Ireland is 27. And above it is Bahrain, Kuwait. India, funny enough, you know, India, I would think it would be much higher than what it is today. 156 million. I mean, that's not a big market.
It's interesting. Yeah, I mean, you know, it makes you wonder sometimes, because a lot of these numbers are very disproportionate. I mean, you know, look at Hong Kong and China, for example, right? Hong Kong should be relatively, I mean, it should be much smaller, but turns out that there's so much business conducted there. Singapore too.
Exactly.
You know, these are very small places, very small.
That's an excellent
country.
point. If you add the two, the China and Hong Kong, you see how big and bigger the market is than, for instance, the US market. Hence, you know, the Swiss looking east rather than west, right? It is a huge market for them. You know, look, combine China, Hong Kong, and Singapore, and you'll end up with, you know, the watch industry's bulk of exports. You know, I'm not surprised about Japan. The Japanese love watches. They love luxury items. UK, I'm not surprised. Very centrally located, a hub and a market for people to buy luxury items.
I'll be right back, Professor.
Yeah.
Take care of it. What happened, Professor? You're just vibing?
I'm just I'm just I don't know what to say to everyone. Hey, how you doing?
Yeah, something. Something would be better than nothing. Like
Something
antagonizing
very
some people in the chat can help. Pick on some people in the chat. That can work next time.
Okay. All right. I'll pick on some people.
Yeah. John, honestly, maybe we should have a dedicated live stream to this. And if you want to jump on, I think we can parse this out, and it could be a really interesting discussion. Yeah. What would be the
yes,
metric?
I mean, it could
the
be.
Comparable metric would be the comparable metric would be, I think, a collab that was done by streetwear brands, that was done by other hype beast kind of collaborations. They don't have to contain themselves into the horological world. They could have looked into sneaker drops, a bathing ape, whatever you wanna give out as examples. Anything that comes in limited productions and small drops, they could have compared themselves to that. But you're right. It was a unique situation, and they didn't handle it well. And you're giving them a lot of sympathy, and I'm not. I think eventually that's what it comes down to. But I would love to discuss it more in terms of facts and what has been done right, what has gone wrong, what they could have predicted, what they didn't, what they should be blamed for, or are they entirely blameless? What can they do now to address if they have done anything wrong? I would love to discuss all of these things with you. So let me know. Just write me an email, and we can set a time for a live stream to discuss it. It doesn't even have to fall into these specific times. It doesn't have to be between 7:30 to midnight in Pacific Daylight Savings Time. JB says, in honor of the thin Richard Mille Ferrari, would you rather have a Ferrari GP Chrono or Mont Blanc Star Legacy Chrono? All right, let's think about this. Mont Blanc Star Legacy Chrono. That's a beautiful watch. Honestly, I don't know. I haven't quite made up my mind on Mont Blanc as a watch.
Is it a pen or a watch?
Do you have
trying to discover?
Yes. Do you have a take on this? Yeah. Do you have a take on this, Professor? What do you think about
it?
Mont Blanc?
It looks very nice. It looks very nice. I love their pens. I wouldn't buy. I wouldn't pay for what they sell for the pen, because then you always lose pens. And I had a very expensive Mont Blanc gifted to me, and I lost it. So I just buy cheap Lamy pens, which my kids get me. It's a nice watch. From the looks of it, when you first look at it, if you take out the pushers, it looks like a Patek. The dial looks very much like a Patek. It's a beautiful watch. It's not nice, but it's a.
Can I say something, Professor? Here's the thing. I used to, when I was still in college, I used to make fun of my friends who were in the political science department, telling them, look, if your discipline has to actually call itself a science, has to advertise that it's a science, it probably isn't.
Economics, yes.
And when it comes to Mont Blanc Star Legacy, the reason they have to call their chronograph a legacy is because they don't have a legacy, and they have to model everything after classical codes of designs that were established elsewhere. And I'm sure it's a damn good watch, because at the end of the day, they have basically incorporated the Minerva movement manufacturer, and that's very respectable. I'm sure also, by the way, the price point for this particular watch is not too bad. It's accessible. It's under $5,000. I'm not too hot on chronographs with date indicators. I would have rather have it just 2 registers. All of this nitpicking aside, the reason I wouldn't buy this chronograph at this price point is because I would rather buy something with real legacy. For example, the discontinued Type 20 Aeronaval in the secondary market. And I'm sure I can get it even cheaper than this. And that has legacy. Whereas Montblanc Star Legacy does not have a legacy.
We're a pen company, but we produce watches too.
And this is what I don't understand, El Professor. This Montblanc is a Richemont company, right? Why? Like, it's as if they don't have enough watchmakers in their body. Why make Montblanc also a watchmaker?
I don't know. I mean, people are people, and they have egos. And you tell them one thing, they do the exact opposite. You tell a wealthy person he's losing money doing this, and he keeps on doing the same thing, losing money day after day. People are people. People have a tendency, to revert back to the old traits of stupidity and error. People go and vote, and they vote the same stupid people.
I'm not sure if it's an error or not. Again, like John is explaining to me, the Swatch Group's decisions and where they may have misperceived or misconceived the demand on the market for such a watch as the Moonswatch. So maybe I'm missing the point. And if someone is willing to defend Richemont Group by and large, and Montblanc specifically, why they suddenly turned into a watch manufacturer, I would be interested to hear that point, because Richemont has A. Lange & Söhne. Richemont has Gégé Lecoultre. Richemont has Vacheron Constantin.
Yes, but they can afford to lose money if they're losing money on Montblanc, because they're so huge. This is a company that bought Tiffany, right?
No, that's LVMH.
That's LVMH.
Yeah,
sorry.
The other
lunatics.
Same segment.
Yeah.
Same segment. You're right. Yeah. Same size.
Right? So, yeah.
More or less.
So, I mean, LVMH bought Tiffany for how much? How much did they buy? LVMH bought Tiffany for how much was it?
I want to say 50 billion, but let me double check.
Yeah, I think it was something like a crazy amount. It was like 15, or whatever. I mean, these are companies, Richemont and LVMH, they will never take no for an answer. They will never admit that they're losing money. And because they're making so much money somewhere else, they keep on pumping money into the pen company that makes watches. And if you're the CEO...
It's 16.2 billion, sorry, not 15 billion, basically, not 50, 16.2 is the guesstimate. Yeah.
Yes, exactly. So, I mean, if you can pump 15 billion into a company, 16 billion into a company, and you're making so much money from all these other things, you're not going to look into this pen company that makes a couple of watches. And remember, they're not transparent. We don't know if they're making money or losing money. If they're making money from watches, they'll keep on doing it. They'll keep on doing it.
By the way, I actually, now that I'm thinking on my feet, I have one idea. Okay, Minerva produces movements also for Cartier, of course.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the Richemont manufacturer, right? So it counts basically as Cartier in-house movements, if I'm not mistaken. But correct me again, professor, or anyone in the
Yeah,
audience.
they do.
So it's a way of maybe housing Minerva in a neutral zone rather than moving Cartier to Minerva, or moving, God forbid, Vacheron Constantin to Minerva, so on and so forth. Maybe it made sense to put a different segment, different price point of a watch manufacturer that is entirely new, that doesn't have a legacy. In fact, that's what they wanted, to give both that manufacturer a dignity of being actually a real watchmaker, rather than just a farm that sends out movements to Cartier, to Vacheron Constantin 56 entry level, so on and so forth. Maybe they wanted to give it the dignity of actually being connected to a watchmaker, even if it's an upstart watchmaker, even if it's a new brand. And Broad Arrow says, greetings from Hamburg. Nice. Where Montblanc has its head office. I 100% agree with you guys. They should stick to pens. I love them. I even lost one and got one back. Why do they have watches? Yeah, this was my scenario, Broad Arrow. Richemont wanted to give the Minerva caliber manufacturer, the manufacturer of movements, some dignity of being connected to an active watchmaker that was a neutral, rather than being Cartier, or rather than being associated to any of these high horological brands that they have. And they settled on this decision. That's the only way I can justify it in my little mind. Also, I want to ask very quickly, when you say the GP chrono, JB, do you mean the Girard-Perregaux, the split chrono that they have? Because that's a very interesting watch, and I would very much go with that if we are talking about that watch. That's a beautiful piece. That's a split.
Very nice.
Split second chrono. And this is actually, hey, no matter who it has been associated with in recent time, Girard-Perregaux is a company with real watchmaking legacy. Let's not get things mixed up.
With whom have they been associated? What are you? What is it?
Coach, Coach Kane,
Coach?
TPG. TPG has been trying to push some of their hyped up models onto people at outrageous price points. I don't think it ever worked, but
Who's Coach TPG? I have no idea.
That's yeah. It's one of those YouTube characters that you know it's better that you don't.
Okay. Yeah, I don't care. They can all go
But
to hell.
watch some of Watch Nicholas's takes on TPG if you ever get the chance. But I would rather go with something like this. I love the heat blued hand for the 30-minute totalizer, the chronograph seconds. I love the red accent there that is for Scuderia Ferrari, of course, and that little bit of red writing there. And this is also, very classical piece. I don't know. I love it. I love it. Does this come in steel? If it does, that could be a great option to Montblanc. But in precious metal, it's just a very elegant piece. Wow.
Very nice.
I didn't even know this piece existed. I didn't realize that Girard-Perregaux did a piece for Ferrari. 70th anniversary, apparently.
And they have a wonderful world timer, Girard-Perregaux. Beautiful. Beautiful timepieces. Of course, this is a company that has fallen on between the cracks. It's you know, we always talk about Rolex and maybe a couple of other brands, but this is a very good brand by all means. Excellent. I mean, here we are talking about a pen company that produces watches. This is a watch company that doesn't produce pens.
Ooh, I mean, there are a few iterations of this that are a little simpler, and honestly, they present great deals. But even this was more in the $10,000 range. But this would be something very elegant. They have steel versions. Let me pull it up. But I just wanted to show very quickly, Professor, the world time I've just mentioned. You mean this?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a beautiful piece as well. And it's a world time chrono as well, right?
Yes,
Yep.
yes. How much are they selling it? What's the price on this?
11.5.
There you go. My God. And this is gold?
Yeah.
Oh
Yellow
my
gold.
God. Value for money.
Yeah,
Value
it is
for money.
quite a
My
nice
goodness.
piece, I have to say.
And
Hey.
we can't even get for the same price a stupid Submariner steel.
Well, I hope my friend Watch Nicholas in the chat isn't hating me because I'm talking nice about Gérard Perregaux watches, but they do have
No, they
some
do. They
heritage,
do. One
and
shouldn't be emotional
they,
about these things.
of course. And by the way, they so this is the Ferrari chrono they have here. I think they have a few actually. So they have the Ferrari 275 Le Mans. This is much sportier than what we were looking at a moment ago. And this is less than $3,000 actually in steel. It's not in impeccable condition, to be quite frank. But it still looks like a nice piece. And frankly, again, at this price point, I would prefer it to the Mont Blanc piece. And this is also has a 24-hour hand, which I'm not sure if it can be used as a GMT hand. It probably can be. It doesn't. I think it moves independently because it wouldn't be able to show this time when this is at 10. So yeah, it has the additional GMT function, less than $3,000. And this is, again, I'm sure and even better deals. This is just the real, which is kind of a luxury resale platform rather than, I mean, they price generally things quite fairly. This is the non-Ferrari version of that Foudroyant in that steel. Not Ferrari branded, but same watch. That's less than 7,000. The yellow gold Ferrari 70th anniversary one was around 10K, if I'm not mistaken.
I would buy the gold for 3K extra. The steel one looks a bit too washed off, too whitish. It's not. The gold is the gold. It looks nice.
Yeah, I think this is an elegant piece.
Yeah, very nice. For $10,000, you can't go wrong with this. It's a gold watch, my God. And it's a wonderful mechanism. I mean, why pay 80,000 for a Patek?
Yeah, too bad that's not an exhibition case back, by the way. Could have been interesting, but I guess Hunter would have been too much perhaps for a piece like this, because they wanted to have the case back engraved in proper fashion. I understand. But this is reference 9020, my friend JB. It's one of 250 produced for the 70th anniversary of the Ferrari racing team, Scuderia Ferrari. And it just looks, yeah, speaking of watches look like a Patek chrono, this does, but with its own signature, right? The accents, I think, are beautiful. The leaf hands with a little bit of lume on them, that's a nice touch as well. Although I'm sure in 1999 it's probably tritium and it's already expired, but no matter. They don't look like.
Yeah, it looks very much like a 5070 Patek, but it's okay, you know.
I mean, can you get a 5070 around $10,000?
No, even if you become an astronaut wearing a Moonwatch and go to the moon, you won't get one.
Check the
Plus,
80.
I don't think you can get one if you're a first-time buyer at Patek. 5070.
Oh no! Yeah.
You will not get it. You probably need to spend $500,000 and then you start looking at these watches. So Patek wouldn't even care if you bought 5 Calatravas in a row, right?
Okay, he's looking for the reference 8020. Okay. Okay, that has nice nices as well. Wow. Pardon me.
Very nice.
Look at
very
that.
beautiful.
This is very classy as well.
Very nice. And look at the price.
A little sportier.
Classier.
Yeah, a little sportier than the model we were looking at, but still very exciting. And this is 8, and it's 38 millimeters as well. So that's a virtue for some, because a lot of chronographs other than the Daytona come at humongous dimensions, as you know, Professor. So this is very cool.
Well, Daytona is not a serious, doesn't have a serious mechanism. It's a Mickey Mouse one. So you can say I mean, this one has more vibe to it than the Daytona complication. I mean, the Daytona mechanism. Yeah. But, you know, it's a hyped watch, so people will always want it, desire it.
So I don't know what JB would think about having the prancing horse on the dial. It's either amazing or not, right? So if you're a Ferrari fan, this could be great. But hey, it really screams Ferrari. This is a Rattrapante chronograph, again in rose gold. Incredible.
I mean, just a Rattrapante complication. Just a Rattrapante complication is enough to make it 3 times more complicated than the Daytona, right? So, I mean, Girard-Perregaux is a fantastic brand. It just doesn't have the marketing of Rolex. I mean, they produce far more.
Nowhere near. Didn't weren't they integrated to one of the luxury brands, and I think Kering is trying to sell them off or something?
Yes, they have been.
Girard-Perregaux.
They're owned by themselves. I mean,
yeah, Kering.
Yeah.
Kering. No. They just sold it at the end of May. They sold it to Sowind. It says Sowind. Who is Sowind? Sowind Group SA, which owns the Swiss watch manufacturers now of Girard-Perregaux and Ulysse Nardin. I'm sure you know who these people are, but I have no idea who Sowind is.
Yeah. They were for sale for quite some time. As is Ulysse Nardin.
Yeah.
And I think that they're conglomerating in order for them to get a higher price if they are able to sell both of them. They struggled, I have to say. Girard-Perregaux has been struggling for quite some time.
Yeah. Well, apparently they already sold them to Sowind SA. Kering sold them, both of them, to Sowind SA. I don't know this group, but yeah, I mean, look, on the one hand, I guess it's a shame that a heritage company has fallen on hard times, but it's also for collectors to find such values in the secondary market. It's not a bad thing, huh? So I appreciate that. I like it. And thanks for turning us on to this particular genre of chronographs. I think I would love to get that first yellow that we saw, even though asking for the AT20, not the first model that we were looking at. And this too, I mean, I prefer this to the Mont Blanc Legacy Star or Legacy. It would have been damn near perfect if it weren't for that date window, but that's just my silly subjective nitpicking. I think it's just a beautiful watch. Very beautiful. Guys, we're just approaching the 4th hour. So if you have been enjoying the stream and learning from it, please hit the like button. It really helps. Spread the word, share the link on other platforms, and help me get to 1,000 subscribers, which is my first major goal on YouTube, to expand the community of people I have, to have a larger audience, but also to help the channel get monetized. And in the meantime, if you want to contribute, if you want to help the channel remain self-sustaining and completely independent, and completely really directed at the wishes and for the benefit of its audience, you can always use one of these 3 ways. I have a PayPal that's connected to my primary email address, which is lordhellespont5@gmail.com, lordhellespont@gmail.com. I have a Cash App, $LHVVV, $LHVVV, and I've just established a Patreon account, so with the explicit purpose of increasing the quality and quantity of content on this channel. If you subscribe to me there, if you have consistent contributions for me there, it will help me dedicate more time to this channel. And my specific goal for the first month is to start having additional live streams at least twice a week, earlier in the day, so I can actually interact more closely with the UK audience, with the people in Central Europe, and also with more people on the East Coast as well. So thank you for your presence and support. I've also posted the links here, and the information is for the contributions included in that crawling ticker, as well as the video description. Just give it a thumbs up. That's already great help. And really the most important thing is spreading the word, talking about the channel elsewhere, and helping me increase the number of viewers, especially subscribers. JB says the prancing horse on that particular reference, the earlier watch that we were looking at, is a bit much. Top right on chrono had my eye. So this this watch.
Yeah, it is.
This
I
is the
agree.
one.
I agree with Jake. It is a bit too much, and probably that's why
Yeah.
it's heavily discounted. You know, it has the horse. I mean, you buy a watch that has a horse, it's like the pen that makes a watch. Is it a pen? Is it a watch? Nobody knows.
Well, in this case, this particular watch is also a great example. Look, I mean, it's to have everything so clear on the back of the case, unlike the earlier models we were looking at, this hasn't seen much polish, so it's in good condition at least. But yeah, it's an acquired taste, honestly. You really have to be a diehard Ferrari fan to be
Yeah.
okay with that.
Yeah, it looks odd and it looks cheap as well. You know, it looks like the Rolex Domino's Pizza Air King. You know, it looks really.
Yeah, but you know, in American slang, we say something, it's so bad that it's good, right? With the Domino's Pizza watch, at least you have that element. Whereas Ferrari is too much of a classic. It has too much of a stature that when it looks cheap, it just looks cheap. Like it can't be cool because it looks cheap. Whereas Domino's, it's like, it's not good pizza.
It's cheap anyway.
Yeah, it's not good. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not even cheap, but it's not good pizza. So it's like, if it's cheesy, no pun intended, no problem, because you don't expect much from it, right? You're not eating authentic, Neapolitan pizza prepared with the freshest ingredients, after all. But with Ferrari, you already have something, especially if you're chasing after a chronograph like this, you probably already have a certain vision of that brand. And if it doesn't look right, it will just look bad.
Yeah, I think you should buy the car instead of the watch that has the emblem of the car.
I think among
there
all
you
the
go.
models, by the way, I keep coming back to this. This is still Ferrari. It has that red accent.
Beautiful.
It has the SF, the initials, at around 6 o'clock, basically, including the name of the model, Foudroyant. And then, you have everything inscribed in the back as well. This 920 reference, oh my God, man. This is like the forgotten chronograph of the century. If you can get a good deal on something like this, again, I mean, Patek has great slogans, you buy it for the next generation, and everything. But this seems like an heirloom piece. No one says that about Girard Perregaux, for sure. But hey, this is a nice piece. I even love how that gold oxidized over time.
Very nice.
Yeah, thank you, Jake, for bringing that up.
Yeah, very nice, very nice. And at least we're having a decent conversation that doesn't go around Rolex and
Rolex. Well, we need it sometimes. We need to get it out of our system. We have, I mean, especially people like the two of us, El Profesor, we have very strong feelings for Rolex. It might oscillate between, or, like swing as a pendulum between love and hate. But I think that's, I mean, we can't help ourselves. We have to somehow talk about Rolex. Even when we are talking about other watches, we have to make this remark. It's like, oh, we are not talking about Rolex.
Well, it's the gold standard, whether we like it or not. They're not the best watchmakers, but it is the gold standard in terms of where everybody wants to kind of go, and they would love, although they never say it, to have the marketing they have and the kind of fan and following. Everybody would love to be a Rolex, more or less, right? But then everybody respects them for what they have done, which is a very basic watch that is reliable, that everybody wants to buy. I mean, it's not a great timepiece. People should always remember this, but it is a good timepiece. It is a Toyota Corolla. You drive it and you first die, and then the car dies. You know, you hold it forever. And it has this kind of residual value. And more recently, it has been hyped because people are people, right? They mimic each other, they copy each other, and like all other animals, we do what the herd does. So the herd wants Rolex, they go and buy Rolex. You know.
Oh, wow. I'm just, by the way, I was also reading more about that GP that we were showing, because one of the pushers on the watch is missing. I didn't even realize that it's rattrapante and foudroyante. So it's a split-second chronograph, right? Which means that you can time two separate events at once. And it's also a foudroyante. So once the chronograph is activated, that red Ferrari hand that we were talking about, just to pull it up again, that's basically measuring a fraction of a second, an eighth, namely, of a second continuously.
Wow.
So, like, you're getting one of the highly complicated chronographs for around, well, in this listing, it's around 13K. I'm sure you can find it a little cheaper. But it's a rattrapante, foudroyante chronograph that looks like a Patek, but it isn't. If it said Patek on the dial, I'm sure it will be 200,000 or 150,000 rather than 13,000. So
easy. I don't think, does Patek produce these two complications in one watch?
Yes, I think they just came out with an advanced research watch that is a split-second chronograph, and I think it has something like a foudroyante in it too. Let me pull it up, and I don't even know how much that costs.
Yeah, it will probably be some obscene. You can find it on their website. They do have, I don't know if they have it in the US, but they have retail prices in the UK. So you can see immediately how much it is.
Yeah, this is it. I mean, this would be their comparable model, 5470P in platinum, advanced research model, Breguet numerals, leaf hands, actually very similar in that way. It has a 1/10 of a second continuously moving hand, so very similar in that sense. Mono pusher, which is kind of exotic and has a vintage kind of vibe, so to speak. That's very cool. I mean, it's a very handsome watch. Let's not make no mistake about it. But let me see. It's a high frequency movement, 5 hertz. All those.
If you go above it, it will tell you how much it is.
I'm sure this one actually doesn't, but let me see, Professor. Because I remember looking all around and it just didn't. Okay, this, yeah, price on request.
Price on demand,
Professor. Okay. So let me see from another source. This is again 5470 in platinum. 400,000 euros, Professor.
400,000 euros.
That's right, sir.
Hmm. I think you go and buy a house and live in it and forget about this watch.
How about you buy a house and get that GP with the foudroyante and rattrapante and wear that
Exactly.
in your wrist and drink some nice wine uh, across your fireplace.
Great idea.
Again, not to diminish this, right? Again, I think a beautiful watch in every way. Um, 500,000, probably not, but nice Breguet numerals. And Watch Nicholas is sending a wolf's head. Hey, man, I know you're a lone wolf, and in a way, so am I. Uh, I mean, I have these wonderful guests, including you, including Archie Luxury, El Professor, Aussie Expat, Big Meech. Dirk joined us in an extended fashion today. That was really great. I have a lot of help along the way, but I run the channel on my own with no intervention from any exterior or external forces. So I feel a lot of affinity towards you, Watch Nicholas, and Wolfpack is a nice idea. Yeah, Jake Brooks says one man Wolfpack. Well, that's not possible, but maybe when two lone wolves come together, they might be able to form a Wolfpack. So sounds good. But yeah, I mean, look, I think this looks very nice, but the GP that I found randomly because my wonderful friend and supporter JB talked about another Gérard Perregaux Ferrari chronograph in the chat. I'm just amazed. This is basically missing a pusher, missing its original buckle, apparently. Um, Otherwise, it's in working condition, full box and papers, and you're getting a split-second chronograph
Hmm.
that also measures an eighth, a fraction of a second uh, in its running seconds. I mean, come on. This is such a great deal if you're in the market for something like this. Again, with the knowledge that, hey, this is not the kind of watch you get to turn around and sell for profit. This is not the kind of watch you get to move somewhere down the line. But this is a watch that you can get behind, that you can get really passionate about. If you like chronographs, this is like
Hmm.
the king of the hill, man. Yeah, and thanks to you, JB. Yeah, we stumbled upon a beauty, and it's all thanks to you. Beautiful. Mm. So how's the search going? How's the move going? Is it happening anytime soon?
No, no, there are no places. It's amazing. I think the Chinese are taking over Cambridge. It's very difficult to find a decent place. I don't know what's going on.
Mm. Yeah, I mean the real estate market is just in any large metropolitan area in the northern hemisphere at this point. Let's put it this way: it's vicious. I'm also trying to move to to another rental, um, and I still haven't found the place. So I'm just gonna stay here month to month and see whenever I can find it. I'll move. But I'm not just gonna move, just because. So, guys, we have another 13 minutes to go. So soon enough, I'm going to ask the professor for his final words for tonight. But it's been great pleasure to be with all of you. Please hit the like button. Um, it genuinely helps. And subscribe if you have not. We are here for Watch Talk all day, every day.
Was Ozzy on
Mostly
earlier?
for. Yes, he was. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So, especially for the live streams, but I post at least 3 times a week. Last night we basically had a marathon. We had our usual live stream that goes for about 4 hours. I woke up with the Tudor release and we discussed the new Ranger right at when it came out. And in the morning, I also made a shorter video, like a 6-minute take that summed up my reflections on the new Tudor Ranger, which is a model that I really like. So check that out. I do, again, because it was a marathon yesterday, I didn't post anything today, but on a daily basis, I also post watch related content, especially at the conjunction of watches and men's style to my Instagram. So follow me there if you can. I would appreciate that very much. Here you can see some of the more recent. I chanced upon, for example, this Breitling ad from apparently 1957 in German that says, "In the service of world aviation, in Dienste der Weltluftfahrt," and has two absolute icons of Breitling on um, on display there: the Navi timer and the Avi, which is the co-pilot, right? The pilot's chronograph that has a very similar aesthetic to those watches that come with the Type 20 specification and have 3 registers. Both of these icons were revived in recent time, of course, by Breitling under Josh Kern's leadership. So you can find them in those reeditions. I think the Navi timer may have been sold out in steel from Breitling, but there's still great deals in the secondary market, which is at any rate where I suggest you would go unless you have a particular incentive, either in the form of a very generous discount or really, some sort of exclusive access to other watches. I would always recommend that. But yeah, I don't usually question Mr. Kern's wisdom. He has, I think, put Breitling on the right track since he assumed that position in 2017, starting with 2018. But yeah, I really was underwhelmed, to say the least, and really quite disappointed with the new Super Ocean release. It seemed like one of those moments, again, that the professor was criticizing earlier with another brand, where they were simply following the hype to produce something colorful, something quirky, something adventurous, while still saying, hey, we dipped into our archives and we actually had a similar model. But these are the icons. And hey, if you want a summer watch, put it on a rubber strap, put it on something hybrid. The Australian company, actually, Hirsch, has an absolute gem in this particular strap. Speaking of summer watches,
We have to produce a company that makes straps. We need to start selling straps as well, Lord. Most people who have a channel, they seem to be producing straps and selling them, but they're also independent observers of the watch market. We must have something. I mean, if it's not straps, we need to be selling shorts or underwear. We need to have something here.
Sure. I think, Professor, if I can have a screen capture of your previous appearances where you had your shorts, I think maybe we can have a merch opportunity out of that. But joking aside, right? Look, you're looking for a summer watch. Here, get a nice chronograph for yourself. Respectable heritage, legacy. Put it on these wonderful hybrid leather straps, all calf skin on the outside, all rubber on the inside. And they make for a great wear. They come with, they come in different widths, different lengths. They come with a silver buckle standard or a gold plated, which are in the price, but you can also add a single fold déployant as well, which is actually really useful. I like them a little better. I like them, I find them a little more comfortable. Again, we are not sponsored by any brand. We are not getting any kickbacks from this, but I like their straps, and they produce for a lot of different companies. Hirsch produces for A. Lange und Söhne. They produce for Panerai. I think in the past they produced for Breitling as well, possibly many other Swiss manufacturers. Wherever you see "Made in Austria" in the, stamped on the leather strap of your luxury watch, it's probably from them. But anyways, yeah, with the standard buckle, this is right under $100. You want the look of calf skin with the feel of rubber. Speaking of summer watches, this is great. It's very supple. Again, it's not the high elegance suppleness of a crocodile strap that is very thin, and that's for formal and dressier occasions. But for a summer sports watch, this could be a great strap, right under $100. If you get the deployment clasp, it's around 133. So it's good. Wat Cholo, our fellow Greek friend, says sell Slovakia.
Of course, we might end up making a lot of money.
We can sell coffee. We can sell mugs. We can sell
T-shirts. Other people sell perfumes, portraying themselves as being watch aficionados. Probably they know nothing about watches. But so we can sell souvlaki, excellent. Or for our Arabic community, we can sell shawarma.
Falafel. I mean,
falafel.
I keep a vegan diet, so I'm more falafel than shawarma. But
okay, we can do the falafel thing.
It's an open platform, so I can serve other kinds of food that I don't eat.
I think we can do that. We can provide also dating services for people. That's something we can do. Real estate advice. I am the guy who can tell you about the property market, and also matters of the heart. We can advise about matters of the heart.
Right. I mean, also, by the way, if you're interested in these sorts of business opportunities, I also have a bridge around the Bay Area that I want to sell you, so you can come to me for that.
Bridge. You mean the card game, or just you have a real bridge?
No, I mean the bridge.
The
Golden Gate Bridge that I want to sell you, and they can charge for people's passage, if they pay me directly to sell my rights to that bridge. Of course, guys, all of this is a joke and a routine. I don't actually own the Golden Gate Bridge. Hey guys, it's funny. I told you, people are getting desperate. I know watch dealers that have established donation pages.
Really?
So everything is right. If the market just dipped 20%, do you think a watch dealer would have a donation page?
It's only 20%. And plus, most of them who appear on YouTube, they're former watch traders, not current. To be fair, even Archie's channel, it has this watch dealers
Right.
thing,
Both.
right?
Two.
I mean, two
David
of them.
SW and Pride and Pinion. Yes.
Yeah. So I think I mean, he's into all of this. I mean, although
What about halwa? Can we sell halwa? Can we sell sweets?
we can certainly do it, because with the
Knafi,
falafel,
baklawa, halwa.
yeah, I
Is
think
good
that's
option.
a ticket. That's an excellent idea. Yeah, we need to. People have a sweet tooth, and we can provide, and then we can put on top the watch traders. The whatever you call them, WS and SW. I'll put what is it? The lubricant D40. They can use that instead.
With all due respect, again, I know we are just joking around, but this channel, especially once it gets monetized, will be completely at the whims of the audience, basically. So it is going to be a channel, an independent platform that will be self-sustaining and that will be supported by audience, taking any sponsors. Unless it's independent, I'm not going to do it. Like, I'm not going to continue this channel if I can't stay independent. So I'm gonna stay that way. I'm not gonna take commercials from watch traders. I don't think that's happening anytime. I don't need their sponsorship. I don't need their support. If they want to come to talk watches, and if they have knowledge to contribute, I'm happy to host them. But beyond that, I have
But they
absolutely
have
no.
a conflict of interest, which, there is a direct conflict of interest between somebody like Arch and the traders, because he gets supported by watch traders. So there is a direct conflict of interest.
No comment. And the pontiff is just innocent and infallible. He makes no mistakes.
Well, there is no infallibility. We're humans, but the minute you put an ad from a watch trader, then you have a direct conflict of interest. You cannot be independent anymore. So you work for them and you're with them.
The
In finance,
pontiff doesn't make mistakes.
well, of course he does, like all of us. So in finance, conflict of interest is heavily penalized, and it has to be revealed. So you cannot be talking independently about watches, and then you have two watch gray marketeers who are supporting your channel. Then you're just a platform for them, right? Which is perfectly fine. You can
Right,
do it.
but the pontiff, yeah, the pontiff can't do wrong. So I understand your perspective, but Archie Luxury is blameless. He's innocent. He's infallible. He makes no mistakes.
I'm not going to comment
Guys,
on that, but
all right, we're at the end of our stream, 4 hours and a half once again, and it's post midnight. It's past midnight here in Los Angeles, and Professor is just getting started with his day, full of energy, and I'm almost done.
that's the beauty. You're nearly dead, and I'm ready to go for another 4 hours.
I know, and you know, we need to make you your own channel as well.
So and then we need to find somebody in China to take over, right? So we'll do the US, Europe, and then Asia bit. We need to find somebody in Dubai. They have this German fellow who goes around Dubai watchmakers and talking about watches. He's quite interesting. He sounds very German, but he goes to gray market people. And then there is this other fellow, British kind of accent, located in Dubai. He talks about watches. He seems to be very decent. I listen to him from time to time. Hello there. Watch Cholo,
I think
Cholo. Yes, hello there. Excellent. The meeting went very well, but it wasn't with what you said earlier. It was with another person, and it went very well, I think. And we had a very good conversation yesterday and the day before, and let's see where it goes, all of this. Yeah. Subscribe, guys. Pass the word. Share the idea. We need to help Lord here get to 1,000, and we have to have a celebration, Lord, when you hit 1,000.
Yes.
What are we gonna do?
I promised I'm gonna have a fireside chat, in the sense that I'm gonna just take in some sort of put on some sort of pretentious getup, like put on a dinner jacket or something and tie a proper bow tie around my neck, and just maybe I will even choose a wine and pretend that I'm somewhere in Italy, and pretend that I know even more about watches than I do. And maybe I will not even pay my rent this month, just to be really inspired by this particular scoundrel.
Yes,
Allegedly.
why don't you buy a watch from a watch trader and you don't pay him? That will be very good.
That's an original idea, but except Professor, the watch dealers that I know would literally break my legs if I didn't pay them. So
no, it has to be transatlantic. Get it from somewhere in Europe, and you're in somewhere far away. It's okay.
Again, El Professor, I think the watch dealers I know would have someone who would know someone, and they will get there, wherever that person is. So I would rather not mess with real watch dealers who are not YouTubers and who know their way around the business. You don't want to mess with these guys. And you don't want to mess with me either, just so you know, you guys out there who are trying to pick battles with me and also trying to sabotage this channel. Don't try. All right, guys, take care. Good night. It's so nice to see you. Please upvote on the way out. I Like Watches says great content of late. Hey, I really appreciate it. Upvote on the way out. Subscribe if you haven't for daily watch content. Guys, you know how to help. The links are there in the chat. They're included in the video description and in the crawling ticker. And whenever you want to reach me, you can email me at lordhellespontv@gmail.com, or you can just send me a direct message on Instagram. You can, to use the words of the new generation, you can slide into my DMs on Instagram with anything. All right. I'll see you soon. I'll see you tomorrow, and I will come back at you with even more content over the next days and weeks, especially with the new A. Lange und Söhne release. See you tomorrow in the next live stream, and next week with some interesting developments. Take care, guys. Goodbye.